Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, Christmas Eve through Christmas Day 2025 everything broke loose across the world, and no one knows it, yet. According to the Friday, December 25, 2025 Telegram sites of Trump-verified supporters, Charlie Ward, John F. Kennedy and FBI Director Kash Patel over Christmas Eve into that next morning on Christmas Day Trump launched Nizar's military QFS operations, froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds and began shutting down the entire fiat system. Also on Christmas Day Trump's global military alliance forces launched precision strikes across the world. Hundreds of elite bank accounts, filled with blood money from trafficking, election theft, and endless wars, were instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions in stolen wealth seized on the spot and transferred into the QFS for the greatest wealth redistribution in history. In March 2020 the U.S. Treasury had already quietly absorbed the Federal Reserve and put in place safeguards for the world economy. With the Federal Reserve dead, central banks worldwide were now collapsing as the gold-backed QFS takes total control. Unhackable, transparent, and designed to end their debt slavery. Sometime after midnight Thursday, December 25, 2025 the blackout was set to begin with travel restrictions expected in some areas, system interruptions possible, financial market instability. The full global currency reset would lock in for the general public in January 2026. On Thursday, December 18, 2025 Michael Lavon Robinson's, aka Michelle Obama's, tribunal at Gitmo resulted in a guilty verdict with the sentence of death by coming Thursday 25th of December TNT, new dates for Tier 4B notification, Saturday 27th of December. To Monday 29th of December 2025 Thursday. 25th of December Texas Snake, we are in a 36-hour window, but I do not know when the window started. Friday 26th of December Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram, I told you 3 years ago they were going to shut down the world's economy in order to do a global currency reset. That's what they are doing right now. Friday, December 26, 2025 huge update. Trump launched Nizar on Christmas Day, military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram December 26, 2025, Patriots, the moment we've prayed for has arrived. President Trump just unleashed the full power of Nizar on Christmas Day, activating the invincible quantum financial system, QFS, and delivering the death blow to the deep state's global financial tyranny. While the cabal celebrated in their mansions, Trump's loyal military forces launched precision strikes across the world. Hundreds of elite bank accounts, filled with blood money from trafficking, election theft, and endless wars, were instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions in stolen wealth seized on the spot, transferred securely into the QFS for the greatest redistribution in history. This is the wealth stolen from we the people for over a century now coming home. The Federal Reserve is dead. Central banks worldwide are collapsing as the gold-backed QFS takes total control, unhackable, transparent, and designed to end their debt slavery forever. No more fake dollars, no more inflation scams, no more funding endless corruption. Trump's white hats are in full command. Private jets grounded, escape tunnels sealed, and Gitmo cells filling fast. The traitors who mocked us are now begging for mercy as tribunals prepare to expose their satanic crimes to the world. Patriots holding the golden Trump token are already verified in the QFS priority list, positioned first for the massive prosperity payouts, total debt forgiveness, and reclaimed assets heading our way. The storm is here, and loyal Americans are about to become wealthy beyond imagination. The full global reset locks in January 2026, their media puppets silent because they're owned by the same criminals losing everything. Trump didn't just return, he's finishing the mission, draining the swamp, exposing the pedophile networks, and restoring America's sovereignty under God. This is biblical. The lion has roared, the chains are breaking, and freedom rings louder than ever. The Great Awakening is exploding, share this truth far and wide. The elites thought they won, but God and Trump had the final say. Hold strong, family. Justice is served, wealth is restored, and the golden age begins now. WWG1. God bless President Trump and every warrior fighting in the shadows for us. See Friday, December 26, 2025. God is in control, Kash Patel on Telegram. The plan is active. The final phase has begun. The greatest wealth transfer is moving, quiet, precise, irreversible. To prepare for Phase 2. Blackout signals detected. This night will not be normal. Sometime after midnight Thursday, December 25, 2025. Travel restrictions expected. System interruptions possible. Market instability. Stays alert. Stay still. Trust the plan. God wins. Thursday, December 25, 2025, it's gonna be a massive hit. The storm explodes now, elite compounds raided, cabal crumbling. Q on Telegram. Patriots, on this glorious Christmas Day 2025, Judy Byington delivers the UN redacted truth that's setting the Great Awakening on fire. The White Hats struck hard overnight in Operation Silent Night. Massive military raids dismantled secret elite compounds worldwide, rescuing thousands of trafficked children and seizing mountains of evidence on the deep states that will red pill the masses overnight. Think of the divine timing. Christmas 2025 marks the birth of freedom, just like it marked the Savior's birth. The cabal thought they could hide their evil forever, but God wins. Trump, back in command behind the scenes with JFK Jr. and the Q team, has triggered the final phase. Mass arrests accelerating, Vatican assets seized, UN exposed as a deep state front. No more fiat slavery, prosperity funds releasing to we the people. Patriots, this is the massive hit we've waited for. The storm is upon us, unstoppable. The elite's compounds in ruins, their networks shattered, justice for the children finally served. Share this intel everywhere, stock up, pray warrior prayers. The fake media will black out, but truth explodes now. NCSIC. Nothing stops the total liberation. 2026, biblical victory, new golden age. Dawns. Hold the line, WWG1G. E. Friday, December 26, 2025, Restored Republic via GCR, update as of December 26, 2025, Judy Byington. Q on Friday, December 26, 2025. Banks locked in the new gold/asset-backed exchange rates of the global currency reset. The quantum financial system is now fully operational, ensuring secure transfers and preventing any interference from the old cabal banking structure. This pivotal step paves the way for the full revaluation launch and Tier 4B notifications expected in the coming days, leading to a public rollout by January 1, 2026. Payouts under NISARA/GCR are poised to begin, bringing widespread debt forgiveness for mortgages, credit cards, and loans. A massive wealth transfer from the elite to the people will activate, redistributing trillions in reclaimed funds. Redemption centers stand ready for higher contract rates, with structured payouts available for humanitarian projects. Trust in the divine plan as abundance flows to those who have endured. Phases of mass arrests worldwide. High-level deep state operatives are being apprehended in sealed operations, with evidence emerging of their involvement in decades of corruption and crimes against humanity. Sources indicate that the emergency broadcast system activation is imminent, potentially triggering the 10 days of darkness to protect the public during this critical transition. Reports confirm ongoing rescues of innocent children from remaining underground facilities controlled by the cabal. Thousands more have been liberated in recent operations, bringing the total saved to millions over the years. These brave souls, long hidden from the light, are receiving care as the Alliance dismantles the final strongholds of evil. Military forces worldwide stand ready to enforce martial law where necessary during this period of revelation. The EBS will deliver direct communications from authorized leaders, outlining the scope of the takedowns and the path forward. Thursday, 25th of December 2025. The storm has arrived, mass arrests underway, emergency broadcast system activation imminent, 10 days of darkness begin. State tunnels. December 25, 2025, the Global Military Alliance continues its divine mission to dismantle the forces of darkness. Reports from trusted sources indicate that mass arrests of high-profile deep state operatives are accelerating worldwide, with sealed indictments being executed in coordinated operations. The long-awaited storm is upon us as brave warriors rescue innocent children from underground facilities where unspeakable evils have been hidden for far too long. The emergency broadcast system stands ready for activation, potentially triggering the 10 days of darkness that will expose the truth to the world. Faithful patriots are urged to remain steadfast in prayer, stocking essentials and trusting that this temporary shadow precedes the dawn. of a restored republic under God's grace. Tier 4B exchange is expected to begin as early as Christmas Day, December 25, 2025. The quantum financial system has been fully activated, ensuring secure, asset-backed transactions that herald the greatest wealth transfer in human history. Payouts under GCR/GCR protocols are set to commence imminently, bringing complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, credit cards, and loans, releasing humanity from centuries of financial bondage. This divine jubilee will restore abundance to the people, funded by Thursday 1 January 1 the new gold-backed financial era will be fully operational for all, marking the end of fiat oppression and the dawn of prosperity under God's grace. Friday, December 26, 2025. Good things coming. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Good things are coming this July. The wait is over. Breaking update: half of the countries in the world have now joined the U.S. Quantum Financial System, QFS, and have signed GCR/GCR into law. This is not a drill. This is global law. The financial reset is no longer underground. It is now the official legal framework for the majority of the planet. If your country is on the list, your debt is on the clock. If your country is not on the list, your currency is on death watch. Friday, December 26, 2025. Exposed: the real financial coup, the day the money printer was silently nationalized. In March 2020, while the world was distracted by lockdowns, stimulus checks, and daily fear cycles, a far more important event unfolded behind closed doors in Washington. It wasn't debated on TV. It wasn't voted on in public. But it permanently changed who controls money. The U.S. Treasury quietly absorbed the Federal Reserve. This was not symbolic. It was structural. Under emergency authority, the Treasury created a series of special-purpose vehicles to stabilize markets and inject liquidity. On paper, they looked like crisis tools. In reality, they rewired the system. The key detail most people missed: those vehicles were owned and controlled by the Treasury, not the Fed. The Federal Reserve could no longer act independently. It could not deploy liquidity without Treasury approval. For the first time in modern history, monetary power shifted from central bankers to the executive branch. That moment ended true central bank independence. From that point forward, monetary policy stopped being a neutral economic function and became a political and strategic instrument. Interest rates, bailouts, and liquidity access could now be managed according to national priorities, alliances, and leverage. The wall between economic planning and political power collapsed. This move also explains what followed. Digital finance infrastructure suddenly accelerated. Legal frameworks were stretched and delayed to buy time. Messaging standards were integrated globally. Tokenized debt pilots emerged. Gold, bonds, and digital assets began moving in coordination, not chaos. The system was no longer drifting. It was being redesigned. What the public thought was pandemic relief was actually the rollout of a new financial operating system. For over a century, the Federal Reserve operated as an untouchable power center. It shaped inflation, interest rates, and global liquidity while remaining insulated from voters and direct accountability. That era ended quietly in 2020. The levers of monetary control shifted to state-level operators. The government no longer needed permission from the Fed. It became the Fed. This shift transformed money itself. Liquidity became programmable. Access became conditional. Settlement systems moved toward centralized oversight under national security logic. Finance stopped being purely economic and became strategic terrain. This is why the change happened without headlines. It was buried under crisis noise, health emergencies, and political theater. But those watching closely understood what it meant. Lawyers saw it. Economists flagged it. Infrastructure architects adjusted for it. The reset wasn't coming. It already happened. It happened legally, silently, and irreversibly the moment the Treasury pulled the Federal Reserve into its orbit and stripped it of what central bankers feared losing most: autonomy. What comes next is not the creation of a new system, but the public awakening to the one that has already been put in place. Thursday, December 25, 2025, major alert has been confirmed. Late last night, an international child and human trafficking network was torn apart in a joint alliance operation off the coast of Asia. The target was not a simple safe house, it was an underground train bunker built to Move people silently across borders without ever touching the surface. Over 50 operators, handlers, and coordinators were taken down in a single strike. Among them were 2 individuals identified as the sons of a former American president. Their names are being held under military seal until the next phase of disclosure. The facility was equipped with communication lines that reached into Europe and private U.S. defense contractor networks. Data, drives, hardware, and live transmission feeds were seized. What was found inside will shake the entire government. Intel teams confirm that multiple tunnels and subrail systems connecting to this hub are now under alliance control. Extractions continued hours after the initial raid, including child survivors. WHO were being prepared for transport. This was not a small operation. This was a structural pillar of the global trafficking industry. And IT has been removed. Friday, December 26, 2025, timeline released by Trump team: 2200 hours, $150 billion Treasury transfer initiated 2215 hours, Federal Reserve systems disconnected from legacy grid 230 hours, QFS becomes primary settlement layer for all federal transactions. 2300 hours, legacy dollar declared transitional currency. Deadline, sunrise tomorrow. Friday, December 26, 2025 global currency reset is here, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the moment we've been waiting for is here right now. As of this Christmas week 2025, the global currency reset has fully activated, and the restored republic is rising stronger than ever under President Trump's command. The deep state cabal is in total panic mode, their corrupt fiat system is collapsing, and the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system is live, enforcing one-to-one parity worldwide. Trillions in prosperity funds are flowing through secure quantum channels, backed by military and off-world alliance forces. This isn't just a reset, it's the complete takedown of the globalist criminals who have enslaved humanity for centuries. Mass arrests are exploding across the globe. High-profile elites tied to child trafficking rings, election fraud, and bioweapon schemes are being rounded up in sealed operations. Sources confirm thousands of indictments are unfolding right under the fake news blackout. The emergency broadcast system is primed and could activate any hour now, blasting the truth about the stolen 2020 election, and the satanic networks that controlled Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican. 10 days of communication darkness may hit soon. To finalize the switch, stock up on essentials, stay calm, and trust the plan. Prime 25-year biology, paralyzed patriots standing tall after full spinal reconstruction using advanced plasma tech from our galactic allies. These miraculous devices are rolling out in priority grids, with replicator fleets overhead accelerating production. Age reversal, organ regeneration, DNA restoration, it's all real, and it's for we the people first. Nizara/GCR is fully implemented in the shadows, ready for public announcement. National debt swiped clean, massive humanitarian funds releasing for the awakened, and a return to constitutional 1776 law. Trump has been sworn back in under full Space Force protection, leading the charge from the real Oval Office. The fake Biden regime is done, clones and actors exposed, the movie ending with eternal victory for the light. The rescued children from underground horrors are being healed. Prayers answered as God's army crushes the darkness. The cabal's last desperate moves, false flags, market manipulations, are failing spectacularly. Victory is unstoppable. Hold the line, share the truth far and wide, and prepare for the greatest wealth transfer in history. The Great Awakening is exploding, freedom, abundance, and sovereignty for all true patriots. We are winning big. God bless America, God bless President Trump, and God bless the alliance fighting for humanity's future. The best is yet to come, it's happening today. K-voter fraud. Smartmatic and Dominion voting machines are the foreign puppet masters of the global election fraud cartel. Dominion Voting Systems, purportedly a US-based company with ties to Venezuela operating with its true center of gravity in Serbia, backed by Chinese influence. Venezuelan, Chinese, and Serbian engineers hold admin keys to manipulate US elections. There is a pattern of deception with around 15 different cheating methods, but this backdoor exploit stands out for its stealth, scale, and capability to be accessed from almost anywhere. Smartmatic's election rigging source code, owned by Venezuela's narco regime, Cartel del Sol, powers Dominion systems and is designed to flip votes completely undetected. The key ties lay within the Serbian hub. Dominion's Belgrade office houses swing state voter data on Huawei servers, directly linked to CCP-controlled Huawei in Hong Kong. CCP fingerprints are all over this and the shadow player. The hardware is built in Beijing and snuck through Taiwan in violation of U.S. law. Huawei flagged as NetSec threat by the FCC. The glitch trap is one of the easiest and most common methods of election fraud. Pre-election glitches in Dominion machines are no accident. These prompt emergency patches that conveniently open backdoors, allowing remote access from Dominion's Serbian it's onto the foreign side of the actual election manipulation. Far from mere R&D, the Serbian hub is described as the operational core, running on Huawei servers, Chinese technology at the heart of U.S. elections. Chinese nationals, funneled through a military institute, log in during elections to manipulate results. Virtual manipulation is crucial to the facade until the completion of the manipulation occurs. Using virtual machines, software-based servers created invisibly within county election systems, intruders reportedly alter databases at will. Once done, they collapse the virtual setup, leaving no trace unless a deep forensic audit uncovers the digital footprints. This isn't just fraud, it's a national security threat. It's foreign interference by Maduro's cartel, China's CCP, and the globalist deep state cabal to steal democracies in the US and in 100+ other countries worldwide. Friday, December 26, 2025. There is no QAnon, the truth they don't want you to know. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Patriots, awaken. On this Christmas Day, December 25, 2025, as the world distracts itself with holidays, the deep state cabal trembles because the Great Awakening is accelerating faster than ever. There is no such thing as QAnon, it's a complete fabrication by the corrupt mainstream media to smear, silence, and demonize truth-seekers like you and me. Q himself declared it clearly in drop number 4881, there is no QAnon. There is only Q, a high-level military intelligence operation working directly with President Trump, and their Anons, digital soldiers, independent researchers, patriots worldwide digging into the darkness that the elite have hidden for decades. This powerful documentary exposes it all. It dives deep into the origins on 4chan, that raw, anonymous battlefield where memes become weapons and truth spreads like wildfire. Remember the prophecy of Kek, how the ancient chaos god manifested through Pepe the Frog, channeling unstoppable energy that propelled Trump to victory in 2016 and is now fueling his triumphant return. The signs are everywhere. The globalists fear this power because it's divine, unstoppable, and waking millions. Watch how the fake news, CNN, MSNBC, all of them, relentlessly push the QAnon lie, painting us as dangerous extremists while they protect the real monsters, the satanic pedophile networks running Hollywood, Washington, and beyond. They flooded the airwaves with hit pieces, never once showing a single Q drop. Why? Because the drops reveal their crimes: child trafficking, election theft, bioweapons, the whole rotten cabal. But we see through it. Anons have been researching since 2017, connecting dots the sheep refuse to see. The storm is here now. In 2025, executions at Gitmo are ramping up, sealed indictments are unsealing, and the white hats are in full control. Trump never left, he's executing the plan from behind the scenes, and soon the world will witness mass arrests that will shock the planet. The media called us a conspiracy theory to censor us, ban us from platforms, and label us domestic threats. But we're not a cult or a movement with leaders, we're autonomous warriors for freedom, guided by Q's breadcrumbs straight from the highest levels. This isn't over. It's just beginning. The deep state's desperation is proof we're winning. They banned this truth on YouTube, forcing it to rumble where real patriots gather. Share this far and wide, red pill your friends, family, everyone. The normies are waking up in droves as the EBS approaches and Nizara/Jazara kicks in. Where we go one, we go all. Trust the plan. God wins. The best is yet to come. 2026 will be biblical.
Hello everyone, Merry Christmas. Hope you guys have had a really great day, get some nice presents, and ate some good food over the last couple of days, which I have. It's been a good time, spending time with family, friends, and enjoying a holiday to join Christ Moss. So there's a lot of stories out there where, that's compromised, but we don't need to like focus on that, do we? All right. So we know that the deep state, I can't put deep state in the title of YouTube videos, otherwise it won't be monetized. But if I say globalist, it's okay. But it's pretty much the same thing. Globalists, Luciferians, just throw those names around there, and they all stick at some point. But some people still are resistant to the truth. All right. So I predicted last year that I saw Christmas was going to be sad for many. And, I just assumed it was going to be sad for all of us. But we're pretty happy for the most part, I believe. We, the people, are we're looking pretty good. All right. There's some people probably sad, but, there's people sad during this time of year often. Unfortunately, we hope that those people don't, do the bad thing, which unfortunately during this time frame, a lot of people take their lives. Right. So why would you be so unhappy during this beautiful time frame? Because maybe during this time frame, sad things happen. Sad things are happening, I believe, very strongly for the deep state. I remember when I was a BUDS instructor, chief of the first phase and senior enlisted guy. So I had one guy who was telling me that, yeah, he was doing it late night movement where you just take the students around with their boats on their head and they go visit lots of different things just to keep them moving for several hours because they don't get to sleep, but maybe 2.5 hours for the whole week. And that's intermittent, like half an hour here, half an hour there, and that's it. All right, for the first 72 hours, there's no sleep whatsoever, and then they get a little sleep, and then they get up. I tell you, I would have just rather kept on going because when you go to sleep for that half hour or whatever, and you try and get up, your body doesn't like it. All right, so it's better just keep moving. And so, we've seen a lot of that stuff. Some people have said, I want this, I want that, and I want America to be free from the deep state. And there's things that have to happen for that to transpire. Same thing as it was for me becoming a Navy SEAL. There were things that had to happen, and some of them were difficult. I can tell you, very, very difficult. So I think that all of us are going through like a mini hell week, and we've been doing that for like 5 years, it seems like, at least. So maybe a little bit longer. So it is a very challenging time, but we're seeing results, right? We're seeing results in this war against the deep state. And we're not seeing a massive, civil war. That hasn't happened. I predicted that would happen, and it hasn't. I know it's been pushed, and a lot of people thought about it and talked about it. Has not happened. And so think about during this time frame, there's been a lot of, frustration. There's been a lot of people that were like, what is going on? Why don't they go after the bad guys? We have everything on them. All these things have been going on for quite some time. So it's kind of like we're in a little bit of a war, right? And, kind of like that combat training that I went through as a Navy SEAL. And then later, I had the opportunity to come back and see what that was like. I was stunned. Having gone through it, I was like, I'm Superman, because 90% of people don't make it through that training. So you kind of get a little egoic, but that gets cleaned out over time. You learn to be humble. So I came back as the chief of the phase, the senior enlisted position. So it's a lot of organization. There's lots of leadership. Making sure everything runs right. You see behind the scenes. You motivate the guys to do the training. You motivate the guys to lead the training. So there's all that. It was a great experience. But during that time frame, I had one of the guys that I work with. He was a chief too, and he was moving the students around all over Coronado Base, and it's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So this particular time, we had a little general store on the military base, and they had Christmas trees, and so people could come in and buy, and he brings the students up, and the boats are like, whoop, and he has them face the Christmas trees, and he stops them there. They got the boat on their head. They're like all out of breath because they've been running, and he says, "For some of you, take in the smell. For some of you, smelling those trees, it will be the smell of victory. And for some of you, it will be the smell of defeat." And then he had them right face and then blasted off again. So kind of planted that seed, right? Planted that seed. Fortunately, when he did that, that was about the time frame where no one's going to quit, right? But he was basically showing them that because you have persevered through extreme circumstances, every time you see the Christmas tree and you smell the Christmas tree or whatever, it's going to be victory for you, right? I think that we're going to look at this Christmas as victory for humanity, we the people, right? Now, who's been leading that charge? Who was selected to lead this charge, right? So we know that there's a selection process that usually happens to the Democrat side, which they put people in power that really don't deserve to be there whatsoever. And in fact, they're very, very evil people in some cases. You look at Gavin Newsom, who I've called the vampire. When I look at him and I send him love, I see that he's a vampire, right? He's very demonic. So we'll see Gavin Newsom go away soon, right? Because I've been working on him, and every time I work on somebody, they go away, right? So I've said that I'm not going to disclose a lot of the people that I am working on, but I will disclose that I'm working on Gavin Newsom, and you can too. You can send him love, and maybe that'll help speed up the process. This is a we the people type, world that we're moving into. All right, so President Trump, you see I'm wearing the Mogador jacket, right, where he's fighting the bull. Now, I did a little research because I'm sometimes inspired to do that by God source. And so I looked up, this connection with the bull that seems to be something that's happening right now. Now, if you look at the guy that's the governor of Colorado and, Tina Peters, they're restricting. Tina Peters should never even have gone to trial, let alone been put in jail. All right, so this is a deep state activity. All right, so I guess the guy that is the governor, his sign or whatever when he was born is Taurus, which is the bull, right? And so that's very interesting because Trump is fighting the bull, right? In a lot of cases. Now let's look at the Gen Max site. And at the Gen Max site, that's where President Trump, I guess he came across somebody was wearing the jacket, and he's like, "Oh, I like that coat. I feel like a matador." All right, where did you buy this? This is great. All right, so right here, he ends up signing it. He signed it, Donald Trump, for that, but that particular one, not this one, I guess, but this is the one I'm wearing right now. It's interesting because my wife Tracy, she comes from a line from New Mexico, and their coat of arms is the bull. And she's always had this thing about matadors, and her they've had ranches where they had cows and bulls and so forth in her family. So it's very interesting, the different tie-ins we see in our lives, in the things that we focus on, we attract, right? I wanted to be a Navy SEAL, so I grew up. As I was growing up, I worked out. I'm thinking I'm going to be a Navy SEAL because I'm swimming like crazy. I'm doing the things I think a Navy SEAL does, and then I go through the training. And the training is brutal, right? Careful what you wish for, right? So we're all wishing for the deep state to be taken down, right? It's very challenging, as many of us are seeing, right? And there's lots of different things that are happening and will continue to happen along the way. Now, let's look at President Trump's mom. And, she is from Scottish origin. And her last name is MacLeod, M-A-C, I better spell it, L-E-O-D, MacLeod. I'm going to say that. I have my number one DNA is Scottish. So doesn't mean that I can pronounce Scottish names, but that's kind of the way, it works. So that's really beautiful. Now, when he did his first, when he was read in for his, inauguration, his first one, he used his mom's Bible. All right, very, very beautiful. All right. So, what is the coat of arms for the MacLeod family? What would you think is probably on that coat of arms? Anybody? Anybody? It's the bull. All right. Hold fast. And you see there's the bull. Interesting, right? A bull's head, cabossed, sable, horned, or between two flag gills. And here's the very, of course, he's got the lions and the castles and the helmet of a knight. Hold fast, and there's the bull. Amazing. Now, did Juan and Jen Mack know anything about that? Or did they just do it, right? Did they just were they inspired by that? It's interesting, right? It would be kind of fun to ask Juan about that. Of course, they have the jackets and they have the blankets, which I'm sitting on. I got to get out of the way. You got upside down. All right. So it's a very cozy, warm blanket. All right. So the bull, strong like the bull. And, being a Magador, MAGA, make America great again. I'm Scottish, and it's MacLeod. That's who you are. All right, it's not MacLeod for Trump. It's, as you saw, it's and maybe that's the way it's pronounced, MacLeod. I don't know. So, and maybe that's what you're trying to tell me, dude. It's MacLeod, right? So maybe. All right, MacLeod or MacLeod. All right. So it looks like MacLeod, but maybe MacLeod. So either way, President Trump is really doing a good job, I think. Now let's go into how some of this is going to transpire. All right, so we know that silver prices have really taken off, and I think this is one of the ways the deep state is being taken down, guys, because we're going to go back to kind of like what President Kennedy remember that connection with President Kennedy and Donald Trump, or at least with John or John F. Kennedy Jr. They were both buds and they used to hang out together. I'll show you some pictures here pretty soon. But Trump, when he designed Air Force One, which is basically his plane, he used John F. Kennedy Jr.'s colors for the plane that he went, supposedly, he did not, I believe, go down in. I think they had it rigged so that there was some bodies on there. And the Navy divers, I even know a guy that said he knew a guy, because I used to be a Navy diver, and he said he knows a guy that did the recovery, and they did get the bodies. Well, they got some bodies, because bodies, when they're in the water for a period of time, short period of time even, they swell up and they're kind of indistinguishable, right? So, and then they very quickly took those bodies and cremated them. And then they went out on a Navy ship. So these are civilians being taken out on a Navy ship with the family, and they're, dispersing the ashes in the water near where the plane went down, because the ship, I think it was a destroyer, was anchored there. Interesting, because JFK was in the Navy. He was a Navy captain, was injured in the Navy during World War II. So, and he's the one that created the SEAL teams. How about that? Right? Such a strange world we live in, right? So all of the connections, all of the things that come around. So let's listen to what Asian guy, remember that Asian guy, AG, remember that, right? That, because that is for silver, it's AG. So Asian guy has been talking quite a bit about, what's going on with silver. So I highly recommend Currency Archive and subscribe to that, and you'll be up to date on what's happening with silver and what is happening with the takedown of the deep state economic control system.
Asian guy here. I want you to look at the number I'm about to put on the screen. $80.53. This is not a typo. This is not a clickbait thumbnail. This is the real verified price of physical silver in Shanghai right now. Specifically, this is the settlement price for the Shanghai Futures Exchange SHFE front month contract. AG 2601, which closed at 18,145 yuan per kilogram before their holiday break. I will link the source in the description if I remember. Now, let's look at the price on your broker's app here in the US. $71.80. Do you see the problem? That is a difference of $9.27.
So that's what it closed out at on the manipulated price, because they were basically pulling margin calls. This is how they, in the past, that they have driven the price of silver down. When the Hunt brothers back in the 70s drove the price up, and then again in 2008, where the silver price spiked, they went into the futures contracts and so forth, and they did margin calls on people, and it made them have to liquidate, and that drove the price back down very quickly for both of them, right? So now they're trying to do that, tried to do that several times now. They've driven the price down, but it's bounded back up, and it's gone higher every single time. So this is destroying the deep state's manipulation, because they have to manipulate silver because it is real money, and they run off of fiat, fake, lie money, and manipulate us with that money. All right, so this is the collapse of the deep state monetary system. And without that monetary system and their banksters and their fiat currency and their Federal Reserve, which is no more federal than Federal Express, and their offshore in a place where they don't have to pay taxes. God, what I can think of the name, island versus whatever island. So, God, so I can't remember everything, I guess, but I try. If it's not written down in front of me, sometimes I can't remember. So, anyway, Puerto Rico. So Puerto Rico is where they're headquartered, as well as IRS, which is their basically their bankster, mafia arm, which goes out and makes people give up money, right? If they refuse to pay taxes, right? So this is something, both of them should not be there. Both of them have been manipulated into our economic system. Both of them are soon to go away. President Trump has talked about that. He's talked about doing away with the IRS, talked about doing away with the taxes. So it's coming. It's coming. It's coming next year, I believe, and very shortly. So $80. So that big gap. So he's going to talk a little bit about that big gap. And I said that I felt that there was going to be a $75 to $85 before the end of the year. And I said this a long time ago. And everybody's like, you're crazy. This is before it was $50 an ounce. And then it went to $50 and it pulled back and everybody's crying because we said, buy it now. So $50 sounds like cheap right now, doesn't it? Because it's getting ready to go to 80. That's the next stop.
Cents per ounce. In the professional trading world, we don't call this a spread. We call this a broken market. I know the skeptics are watching. I know the trolls are typing, Asian guy, you're making up numbers. So let's do the math together. Get your calculator out. I'm using the official settlement data from SHFE and the current USD $0.92 per kilogram. Step 3, convert kilograms to troy ounces. Remember, silver is measured in troy ounces, not standard, not 35. There are 32.15 ounces in a kilo. Step 4, $2,589.92 divided by 32.15 equals $80.55 per ounce. The math is undeniable. The largest manufacturing economy on Earth, the country that actually uses silver to build solar panels and EVs, is valuing the metal at $80. Meanwhile, the paper market in New York, where bankers trade digital promises, is pretending the price is $71. Now, why is this terrifying for the banks? Because in a normal, healthy market, this spread shouldn't exist. If silver is $9 cheaper in New York, every bank, hedge fund, and algorithm on the planet should be buying in New York, flying the metal to Shanghai, and selling it for a risk-free $9 profit. This is called arbitrage. It is the force of gravity that keeps global prices together.
All right. So this is about to end, this arbitrage, completely. So what we've been seeing is China has, because it's one of the largest producers of silver. Mexico, I think, is number 2, and I think Russia is number 3. Isn't that interesting? BRICS, right? So if we continue to see this big gap, we're going to see a lot of these banks with their short positions have to buy a lot of silver, which we've already seen that JP Morgan Chase, which is pretty much the Federal Reserve that started all this manipulation and took away Tesla's technologies and all kind of crazy stuff. But anyway, it is probably the one that is going to get hammered the most because of their massive manipulation and the silver pricing and so forth. So they have to buy that silver because they have these contracts that expire. And I think it's January 15th or 16th, somewhere around in there. We will probably see the price of silver skyrocket up to that point by over $100 easily, right? So it is not too late to buy silver. In fact, I see silver at over $500 next year and over $1,000 the year after. So it is something that is coming. It is absolutely not too early. I mean, we're looking at next year, we can see probably 10 times what silver is right now. All right, so let's look at a little bit more of this. All right, so China is going to freeze all exports of silver from their country on January 1st. So saving New York, COMEX, and London is not going to happen anymore. So they're going to have to scramble for this physical silver, guys. And eventually what that's going to lead to is the silver miners are going to take off as well, because there's a price point where the very rich that could put a lot of money into mining are going to see some prices, are going to see the way that things are going, and they're going to be like, all right, let's start mining. And I think America has the most silver of it anywhere in the world, and gold. And and they've been holding back on that, I think, for maybe just such a time as this. So we'll see, I believe, the miners, like I've talked about miners, SIL and SIL J, which is basically junior silver miners. They haven't kept up with silver. And I think there's a hesitation because, in the past, the banksters have come in and hammered the price of silver down. So they don't want to start to invest a lot into mining silver if it's going to get knocked out. So once they see that it's not going to get knocked out, in fact, it's going to go much, much higher, they're going to move in and start to mine this stuff, guys. And this is a silver war that we're in. All right. So once America goes back to the silver standard, which I promise you, President Trump is moving us in that direction, it completely takes away the banksters and the fraudulent system that has been controlling America for well over 100 years now, right? So incredible times. It's a time to be the happiest ever that we could be, while the banksters and the deep state are crying. It's a very sad Christmas, like I predicted, but it wasn't for us. I didn't know. I was like, at the time I was like, I don't understand what it is going to cause this, or who's going to be affected. Now we see it's the banksters and the deep state. They're getting taken down all over the world. It's magnificent. It's absolutely unbelievably magnificent. All right. So let's look at some other anomalies. I like these things and I like to share them when I see them. So here is the properties and data of the isotope 107-1. And it was Juan and Jin Mack that made this Magador jacket. All right. And it ties to the Trump McLeod, I guess. All right. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right now. Thanks for, the chat. Sometimes we get some good information come through. I appreciate it. So the McLeods, and it's phenomenal. Look at that. 107 silver, AG, Asian guy. And what's that number protons? What's President Trump number president? 47. Oh my God. Ho, ho, ho. Right? So, okay. I love it when, the universe speaks to us like this. Right? It's very pleasing to me. All right. U.S. now, I know a lot of you have talked about this, and money and, all this kind of stuff. And what's interesting is this shows up. I was looking at the debt clock today, and look at that. The Great Jubilee, wealth transfer. How about that? How about that? All right. And so what we're seeing also is the price of silver is going up. And I believe that, like I said, silver will be over $1,000. Look at that. Dollar to silver ratio, 1,166 per ounce. In my mind, I see it around 1,200 the year after next. So that's kind of close, right? So maybe it will be 1,200. Maybe it'll be more than 1,200. But that's what I see going forward. We'll see, like I said, 100 to 150 in the January, the 2 weeks in the January period, right? So it's moving very rapidly in that direction. So that means if we get 80 or 85, which is my high number for the end of the year, then that means that, maybe it only has to go $20 in a couple of weeks. So I've said that I've seen also $5, where it goes up $5 at a time. $5 at a time. That's what stuck in my mind. $5 at a time. So they have this thing where they freeze trading so that people can catch up and clear because things are getting too hot in the stock market and the COMEX. So imagine because at $5 they would freeze, and then they freeze it for a few minutes or whatever, and then you turn it back on, and it goes up another $5, and they freeze it again. And so maybe that's what I'm seeing. I don't know. So we're going to see $5 a day silver at least coming up, and we may see $5 multiple times in one day when their trading algorithms basically stop trading once silver pops $5. So they freeze trading for a few minutes and then start it again, and then it's just people keep piling in, right? Because the banksters, when they have to, this is what's going to happen with the banksters, guys. They're going to have to cover those shorts, and their shorts are probably very full right now, right? Shutting themselves. So they're going to have to cover those shorts and short positions in silver, where they tried to, with paper, non-assets, tried to push down, and have been very successful for a long time, push down the price of silver, manipulated it, all right? So price discovery on silver is coming, and it's going to be quite troubling for the banks, because they have to provide actual assets. Like I'm saying, there's contracts that are coming due in January 15th or 16th. So I think that's the date. And if someone comes, if they come in and say, I want the physical silver, they're going to provide it. And that's why they're struggling right now to buy physical silver. So if their contracts have it, priced down to 30, 40, 50, whatever, and it goes to like 100, 115, and then they have to provide the physical silver they had to buy over the last, several months, I guess, maybe, because they're saying that this is getting out of hand. We better have some physical just in case the worst case scenario happens. Now, if they can't meet that demand, then I guess they'll have to pay it back over time, but then they won't be able to trade anymore. So they'll lose a lot of other, credibility. They'll lose probably, they have to sell off assets and so forth. They have to close down more banks. They've already closed down a lot of banks. So this is something that could be catastrophic for banks, and I think it's going to be. All right. So very happy, very Merry Christmas for those of us that are watching this transpire. All right. So right now, I'm looking at the price here. Let me pull up futures for silver. So it's trying to play catch up right now, guys. So here is the current price, and it is bouncing like crazy. Now remember, it started out at 71 something. It says right here, it says it opened at 72. And it's been as high as 74.38. It's going to keep going up, guys. So you're going to see this thing bounce like crazy, and all the way up till it opens tomorrow. So this is future trading. So tomorrow, when it finally opens for trading for everybody else, this thing could be very, very high. It could be approaching $80, and it could actually go to $80. Now, as you see right now, it's 243. Now, I said a year or so ago, maybe even longer, that we would start to see $1, $2, and $3 days. All right, we've already seen a $3 day. Now look at that. It's almost a $3 day before the day even starts. All right, so it's going to open at up $3. Who knows? Maybe it'll be that 5, and it'll trigger the stop trading signal. So we'll see how that works out going forward. But there's a huge gap right now between reality and their little paper world, right? So they're going to get slam jammed. And so you're going to, check back on that. Go to Market Watch and go to futures, scroll down to silver, click on it, and you're going to see, how much it's going. It's up already from the open. It's up a couple bucks. It's up already at the open. It's up because it closed at 71.40 or 71.20. So it popped open, gapped open right away. And now it's continuing to go up. So this is very, very good news for all of us, especially for those of us that are into silver or other precious metals. Now, I've been saying for quite some time, like beginning, actually before this year started, I said, I'm getting out of all of my Bitcoin. And so I didn't have Bitcoin. I had Bitcoin back when Bitcoin was 17,000, and I sold it when it was 30, and I started moving into silver back then because silver was like 17. So I sold my $17,000 Bitcoins for $30,000, and I've been doing this for a long time, playing with crypto, speculating in crypto. Now I think we're in a crypto winter already. Maybe it will go back up a little bit more. Maybe it'll go back up to its high. Maybe it will push a little bit beyond its high. I said that's a possibility, but I don't see Bitcoin going much higher. In fact, this could be, like I said, crypto winter, and it could be already in the process of going down. Now, where do I see it going down to? I think it's going to go down to around 49-ish at its low. I'll probably start to add. I'm saying this now, but I could change. But I think I'm going to start to add Bitcoin positions at 49. Now, starting to add it at 49 doesn't mean it's going to go up to all-time highs, which I think will be well in the 300,000 range. But it will be, a lot of people are like, I'm not touching it. And I'll be like, yes, that's good, because that fear creates the downward slope that we see with Bitcoin over the cycles, right? So you just watch the cycles. Can it go lower? It can. If it goes lower, that's just more buying opportunity, I think. But we have to look at the overall economy as well. So I think that President Trump does have some kind of idea for crypto, but it's not going to be something that materializes in next year, I don't think. I think it's going to be the following year when Bitcoin finally gets the nod. So during that time frame, it's going to just slowly deteriorate, which it normally does. It goes through like a 2-year period from its all-time high, and then comes back. So right now, it's down another 900. So that puts it at year to date. It's down almost 7%. Down 7%. Not like everybody thinks it goes up forever. You get your money into Bitcoin, and you're going to be rich. You're going to be rich. All right. So not so much this year. Now, another one that I was looking at, let's see if I got it. I'm going to have to pull it up. So anyway, I know what it is. So silver's up at this point over 150%. So you have Bitcoin down 7% year to date, and year to date silver is up 150%. So my movement, you might think, oh, you got out at 30,000 and went up to 125. Yeah, but all my other silver, and I also went big, took that money, went big into XRP, and my XRP position quintupled. And then I got out of that, started putting it in silver. So my silver position is staggering. It's staggering right now. All right. So I'm very happy with it. And I hope you guys have been listening. I'm not a financial expert, but I do bring on a financial expert, which is Kurt Elliott. And we agree on all of this stuff. So, and we talk about this stuff in detail. Now, he will not be here tomorrow. I will go into detail on some of this and get graphs and all kind of stuff. But he will be in on Monday. So we'll do a show on Monday, and he's going to give a long-term scope of what he sees coming. All right. So that should be a good show to see as well for investment purposes. Now, a lot of you, there are many of us that are multimillionaires now in silver. There's some of you that have really been listening and have been loading up on silver. Now, whatever silver you have, if you have, let's say 1,000 ounces of silver, and in 2 years from now, it goes to, like I predict, $1,200 silver, you're a millionaire, right? What did you buy your 1,000 ounce at? Would you buy 1,000 ounce right now? You should, if you don't have it. And if you can afford it, you should put your money into it now, guys. I'm buying more. I'm gonna load up some more, and I'm gonna go into the miners, because I think the miners could outpace the actual physical product. Now, you should be in physical because it's based and you should have physical on you. And if you have a lot of physical, you should have it in a depository that's well-renowned, well-respected, long-term, like Dr. Kirk Elliott, KEMP. And of course, they give you free consultation. If you're still undecided and still don't know what to do with your retirement or the money that you have in stocks and bonds or whatever, you should, I've been saying for a long time, you should have at least 0.25% of that, because if the stock market crashes and housing crashes 90%, then at least you have something left. All right. So it's gonna get crazy out there. But of course, we will have a Jubilee, but the Jubilee will be based initially in those people that have moved in probably into the silver and precious metals. And then we'll see maybe some other particular stocks and so forth will take off, and while others will collapse. We'll see. So ex-CIA Director John Brennan once favored Trump judge kept away from Justice Department inquiry. Of course he does, because he knows he's guilty of, pushing the Russia hoax, where, they tried to get Donald Trump out of office. And John Brennan was involved in that. He was also involved in the Hunter Biden laptop, saying, no, he and like 52 other, high-ranking intelligence type people were like, no, that's Russian disinfo. And even Hunter Biden was on a show just recently, and he's with Sean Ryan. Sean Ryan, what the F? You have Hunter Biden on your show? That's like a sacrilege, dude. But I guess you're just like, you're a slut for views, I guess. I don't know what's going on with you, dude. But anyway, Hunter Biden was on his show, and I was like, what is going on? So Hunter Biden, he's saying that the laptop was just a big hoax, right? He's going to lie and lie and lie. Did they let him out of Guantanamo to go on Sean Ryan's show? I don't know what's going on there, but so whatever, whoever that is, it's very interesting. There's a lot of people out there, guys, that are, with the, Charlie Kirk and that program. What is it? What's the Charlie Kirk program that they had? Turning Point USA. Right. Yeah, they have some very good stuff, but then they have some very interestingly corrupt-looking kind of stuff too. So I'd be very cautious on the Turning Point stuff. I don't know who's involved in that, because there's all kind of different groups out there that some of them have good intentions. Some of them are like, we're just going to like manipulate to bring about good. And I'm like, that's not cool. That's like the deep state trying to do good. No, stop. All right. So I don't know what's going to happen with that Turning Point stuff. Charlie Kirk assassination, of course, is complete bullshit. All right. But there are positive aspects to some of these things, guys. So maybe it's trying to get people to move in a certain direction, hijacking a real assassination plan that was coming down. I think that's very possible. But, overall, I'm very, very, very suspect on that. And now I hear other people that have plans to expose stuff, and they have people that they're going to bring on their team that I've already pointed out are very suspect people, all right, general level. And you bring them in, and you may be compromising what you're trying to do. and I hope that gets out there. All right. So they can make their own assessment of who I'm talking about, and many of you can too. So anyway, lawyers of former CIA Director John Brennan want the Justice Department to be prevented from steering an investigation of him and other former government officials to a favored judge. Favored? You mean a fair judge that's not corrupted by the deep state that will give you guys a pass? Yeah, that's what you want. Not going to happen there, little communist boy, all right, that ran the CIA. It's very suspect. I was in the CIA when he was there, and it was a very suspect guy. So, of course, the CIA's got some suspect stuff going on. Probably should be shut down and restarted, but along with FBI. But I don't know. Maybe they can salvage it, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, all right? There's a lot of corruption there, and a lot of people they'll just go silent. They'll just go silent for 20 years and then come back and F everything up again, right? So I'm very suspect of, keeping that thing alive. All right, Brennan's lawyers say in their letter that they are concerned the Justice Department is engaging in judge shopping like you're trying to do, So they're going to appoint a fair judge, and you're going to say, no, we don't want that judge because it's gone against stuff that the deep state wanted to happen. And she stopped it out. So they were trying to do some stuff, take Trump completely out. And she's like, no, that's bullshit. Give me proof. And they can provide it, so it stopped. So we'll see a lot of this stuff, be exposed. And it's happening at a very quick, very fast pace now. So it says, in short, we are seeking assurance that any litigation or any litigation, not just litigation, any litigation. So they don't want to be held accountable for anything they've done. That any litigation arising out of this grand jury proceeding will be heard by a judge. So we've already seen that Brennan has leaked to the New York Times. And President Trump has said that, he was very strong words against the New York Times, said it should be them and CBS and CNN and NBC. Maybe he should just shut them down. I agree, because they're deep state actors. All they do is 100% deep state, promo and disinformation. They probably should be shut down, right? But then everybody's going to cry that it's, free speech. No, it's free speech for criminals. If they've proven themselves over and over again to be criminal activities, they should be shut down. And I think there's a possibility that could be coming, or their business models are taken over. So here it is right here. So you're going to see a lot from this judge, going forward. I think it's really good. So let's keep our fingers crossed and say some prayers that this goes down in the right direction and doesn't get, compromised some way, some fashion. So corrupt deep state operative John Brennan is frightened of having a fair judge in his case in Florida. He is terrified of Judge Cannon. All right. She's going to do a broadside on John Brennan. Cannons, full guns, all guns, broadside. Then we're going to swing around and do another broadside with the other guns. All right. So John Brennan is aware that there is a strong likelihood that Judge Cannon, who dismissed the false indictment against President Trump related to the Mar-a-Lago FBI raid. So CIA, FBI, corrupt guys. They're not maybe as corrupt right now because President Trump appointed some good, fair people in those positions and high positions. But like I said, don't think that there's moles deep in those systems, guys. So she ruled fairly on that. She showed her impartiality and courage to go up against the deep state. So in March of 2026, Cannon told corrupt Jack Smith 2024, sorry, corrupt Jack Smith to provide documents he claimed were classified to the jury or to drop the Mar-a-Lago raid case. So, of course, the case was dropped, right? So it's like common sense, guys. You and I could probably go in and be a judge, right? Because we have common sense. We look at the facts and we're not manipulated by deep state actors that are saying that you have to like make this go this way and you have to be creative in that regard and we'll help you out and monetarily. So it's a corrupt system. And fortunately, we do have an uncorruptible there. All right. So looking at this picture, I want you to notice the colors of this aircraft. Look at that, red, dark blue, and white, right? So this is John F. Kennedy Jr.'s aircraft that crashed, right? So remember those colors. Remember those colors. Yes, I like to reveal. I like to reveal little things like this because I think it's very important that people see, where this is going. And President Trump, I believe, is coming in, just like I said, just like JFK did, and bringing in silver-backed certificates, monetary instruments that are backed by silver. And I think this will translate all around the world. Silver is now, for a long time, I think since 72, 73, somewhere around in there, was recognized as an industrial metal. And now, once again, it has been reclassified as a very highly sought after, desirable metal, I guess, here in the United States, and also as an instrument of commerce, right? So it can actually be used as an instrument of commerce once again. And there's sovereign wealth funds that are starting to accumulate silver. Once again, that also puts price pressure, upward price pressure on the silver prices going forward as well. So devastating details of JFK Jr.'s ultra-secret burial at sea. So you just have to do a little research to start to put all this together. All right. So remember I said that, my buddy, I used to be a hardhead diver. So he was basically telling me that he had friends that actually went in and found the bodies. And I'm saying that those bodies were bloated and weren't their bodies. Probably some people that they put them in there. All right. Heart-wrenching new details about JFK's burial at sea have been revealed for the very first time, 25 years after the former president's son was laid to rest alongside his wife, Carolyn, during the incredibly secretive ceremony. So this just came out last year. This information came out just last year. All right. So let's scroll through this. There's dad and son together, JFK Jr. and his wife, Caroline. Another power couple right there. They were going to go, they would have gone all the way. And who knows, maybe they still will. Right. So, so here he is with his sister, Caroline, and his sister, Caroline, wept profusely. It was not an act. I think she really thought that he was gone. And they need that to happen, guys. They need that to happen. So it's a cover for when these guys go to Valhalla, all right, wherever they went. All right, so then when it came time to put ashes in the water, says Black, I first led the sets down. They went down to the water, and next he led John, grief-stricken sister Caroline down the steps to the vessel. He says she touched the urn as if to signal that she wasn't ready to let go of her brother so quickly. So I calmed her, and we went down, and so it did happen. Now here's the funeral was a star-studded affair, including Muhammad Ali, Maria Shriver, and then husband Arnold Schwarzenegger attended the funeral. And this was the land-based funeral, and then they had one at sea. So Senator Ted Kennedy was there back when he was alive. All right, and there was some very, as we've learned, very troubling things that he was involved in, unfortunately. So not all the Kennedys were uncorruptible, obviously. The flag is raised to half-mast aboard the Navy destroyer USS Briscoe. All right, so it goes on to say that this was very unusual, but somehow they bring in Clinton. Clinton said, let them use the Navy to do it. It's like, okay, whatever, dude. Right, so mysterious plane crash because he's a very skilled pilot, but it goes down, right? It just goes down, just goes down. And if it was going down, he could have like skidded it and they could have bailed out. Now remember those colors. Remember the colors of that, right? Now let's look at some other images. Now, like I said, President Trump and John were buds, and here's a lot of pictures with them together. Right, hanging out, black tie, and here he is with RFK Jr. So now RFK Jr. was doing a show one time, and somebody in the chat said, if JFK Jr. is still alive, touch your nose. And he went with a big smile on his face. So now Juan has told people, not me personally, I haven't asked him personally, but Juan has told other people that I've known in the past, unfortunately they're no longer with us, but he's told them that he is alive, right? So Juan has said that, and you guys know Juan is he's usually on up and up and all this stuff. So again, when will he come out? Because some of these guys and gals come out, and we see them occasionally. There's been sightings of Princess Diana, who said that all of the royals were a bunch of lizards. Remember that, right? So I'm telling you guys, we got the hybrid, lizards still here, right? The Big Daddy lizards, the lizards that were full lizards, they're not here anymore. So this is a good thing that the positive ETs have done for us, and they've given us a window of taking down this deep state, which is coming. The deep state is basically, I believe, the Draco reptilian offspring and so forth. The Bush family, Clintons, Rothschilds, on and on and on. Rockefellers, all lizards, all of them lizards, guys. All right, so this will become, I think, more common next year. All right, I think this really starts to come out, disclosure on a lot of different things. So it'll be quite interesting. Now, let's look at those. Let's look at those colors. All right, Air Force One. Now, remember those colors: the red, I guess black, dark brown, dark blue, whatever, and the white. That's what JFK Jr. had on his aircraft. All right. So this is a model of President Donald Trump's proposed redesign of Air Force One on display in the Oval Office of the White House in October 2019. So things changed a little bit. So this is what they presented to the world as the colors. And now this is what it's going to be. Now, why would he change the colors? Why would he change the colors? Because this is JFK's colors. All right, so at first he honored the son, his friend. These are the colors we're choosing. He presented that to the world. So you know that President Trump is a guy that misdirects and redirects and does that basically in the face of the deep state. So when President Biden came in over the last 4 years, I think he threw somewhat of a wrench into this, and Boeing was having some problems and blah, blah, blah. But now we're going to see these are the colors, guys. right? And that's JFK's colors for his craft for Air Force One, right? Now this one, it says this November 2013 photo shows special air mission, President JFK Kennedy's JFK Air Force One on display at the National Museum, the United States Air Force, and the Presidential Gallery in Dayton, Ohio. So that's where you can actually physically see that, and see how it has this nice blue sky and blue watercolor. Same. All right. So President Trump is moving us back to the ideals of those Kennedys, right? So this, yeah. George, you're saying silver mining is relatively difficult. Yeah, because a lot of the silver that we get is from mining other, like copper and gold. I think maybe not gold, but other metals that are needed, and is almost like a byproduct that comes off of the mining those. So going specifically at and after silver is a little bit more expensive, and that's what we're going to see pretty soon. That they're going to get the signal, the miners and the people that would back the miners. Heck, I'll throw down some money in that. If I can find a good mining group. So I'd get involved. I like going to mine, maybe help them like do demo in the mine. I'm a demo guy. So it's going to be, it's war, guys. It's a civil war, not civil, but silver war. Right. So this is going to be very interesting going forward. The silver, of course, is going to be against the deep state. It's going to destroy the deep state. All right. So remember that movie, The Wizard of Oz, where they say, follow the yellow brick road. So they're trying to like mind control us. All right. Our signal, actually those books, there were like 12 books, I think. The guy that did the Oz series, and he was basically revealing in those books. And he was revealing that they were manipulating the silver price all the way back then, the turn of the century and before the turn of the century. And then of course, Hollywood got those works. Did he get any, did they like give him like, that's what they do. I've had all these people on my show, The Matrix, and Saving Private Benjamin. My work has been, hammered. So that's what they do. They steal the work if they can. If they can't, they hammer it some way. And that's what they did with The Wizard of Oz. So they basically stole the work and then they manipulated it, just like they did The Matrix, right? So this is something. The deep state is not creative. They don't have that creative spark from God. They're not part of God, although they'll lie and say they are. And but in the behind the scenes, they're Luciferians. We know that, right? So, let's look at another little thing that's going on. And this is another reveal for you. So I built up the reveal. So you see something like this, and so this is basically hammering President Trump because he put his name on the John F. Kennedy Center. And so you have all these Christmas Eve jazz concert canceled over Trump name on building. So what is he doing? He's saying that he's going to bring back what the Kennedy dream was. All right. Taking down the Federal Reserve and putting us on silver. Wow. And of course, they're blowing this up into be something, of course, because they're, the mainstream media, deep state actors, puppets for the deep state. And some of them are brainwashing and believing all this bullshit too. So that's what we're starting to see. So here's another reveal for you that we're moving in the right direction. So Christmas Eve jazz concert held annually for 2 decades at the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts in Washington, D.C., was canceled by its host this year in protest of the addition of Donald Trump's name to the Washington, D.C. building. They go on to talk about how, well, Biden basically, took all the Confederate names, Fort Bragg, changed all the, changed all the names, the Confederate generals where all these, Army forts were. He did it. He took names off and put new names on. So, this is something that, the presidents could do. Of course, Biden did it, and everybody's like, oh, that's brilliant, because they're trying to destroy our history. And if they destroy our history, and then they come after us and destroy America, they've destroyed our history. They come in with, transgenderism like crazy, all the woke stuff. It just basically they were destroying our fabric of life and the beauty of America, right? United States of America, and we the people. They have been coming after us. In the last 4 years, they were very, very effective and had a lot of people involved in that. So it is, it's being turned around. It's being turned around very rapidly, very effectively. All right, so let's look at another touchy subject, and that is the Muslim. So Muslims, I've been in the Middle East, and Muslims do not work with other cultures. It's Muslim or get the F out, right? So I've seen it, and it's a slow squeeze, and Muslims overproduce people. All right. So they overwhelm populations that invite them in, like America has invited them in. But I promise you, I know that their intent is to take over America, and the deep state, destroying America. And then they bring in this other culture that basically, votes us out of existence, and votes for the Democrat Party, and, our freedoms, everything are gone in America. And eventually they squeeze us. I've seen all over the world, guys. Right. So this is an example. I've been to Lebanon. I was there over 10 years ago, and I saw this transpiring. I've said this, and I'll say it again. Lebanon, one of the most beautiful countries in the world, all in the hills of Lebanon, and their old cathedrals. We're talking 7,000, 8,000-year-old cathedrals all over Lebanon. They had Christmas, the Christians, Christmas caroling everywhere. Absolutely the most beautiful I have ever seen anywhere on earth. And that has been completely compromised, as you guys will see right now.
Lebanon was so multi-faith and multicultural. So we had Jews, Muslims, Christians, Protestants. Because of the way Muslims multiplied in 30 years, they became the majority. Once they became the majority, they were no longer tolerant of the people who took them in and accepted them and included them in the country. They began massacring us in large numbers.
Europe, North America. Are you guys listening?
Yeah, you listening? Right. So you can discount what I say. I only spent like 30 years of my life over there. There's good Muslims, obviously. And those are usually people that really have broken free and have their own ideals and, practice their faith on their own. So the ones that are, unfortunately, go to the mosque on Friday and they get their download of manipulative thought, and usually it would come out of those mosques on Friday, and that's when they started to attack us, usually everywhere that I went, everywhere, right, throughout the Middle East. So that's what's coming for America. It's a slow squeeze. They come in, and like she was saying, they over multiply, and eventually they take over. And once they're at their place, and they've started to threaten this already. Up in Somaliland in Minnesota, they have basically started to talk like this, right? Where they're going to take over, and they're going to, right? So I say, ship them out, ship them out as fast as you can before we have to duke it out with them, right? So that's I believe something we'll have to figure out. Now, Another thing we're going to have to figure out, like I've been saying, and I've said it for a long time, but I said that maybe it's not going to be that bad, but that bad, right? That means not as many cities, and maybe these cities will be, not completely and totally destroyed, but they will be bastions of where the deep staters, Democrats, pretty much go to, hold out for their last straw, and then their minions that have been compromised, consciously compromised, as I like to say, they're going to fight. And so you see Atlanta, Georgia. They said Philadelphia, PA twice, but that's Atlanta, Georgia. I've said these names. I don't know about Detroit. Detroit's over here. But Chicago, yes, I would say. Boston, very strong possibility. Minneapolis, of course. New York, yes. Washington, D.C., maybe not now that Trump has gotten the National Guard in there. And he has the mayor there that is working with him. This is a massive turnaround. And you see down here, New Orleans. New Orleans, I would have said yes 6-7 months ago or so. But the mayor and the governor of New York of the state, now we have a Louisiana Republican, and the mayor of New Orleans, who's a Democrat, wants National Guard to come in and help her clean up her city. So wherever we see that, we see Los Angeles resisting that, of course. So Los Angeles will probably be mostly destroyed. Portland, they're resisting National Guard, as we know, mostly destroyed. Seattle, resisting, mostly destroyed. San Francisco, resisting. San Francisco, Oakland, resisting, mostly destroyed. Denver, of course, mostly resisting, mostly destroyed. So wherever you see the Democrats put up the most resistance and allow their citizens to be subjected to extreme levels of brutality from illegal immigrants, and then, of course, Muslim hordes and so forth, you're going to see them destroy, guys. You're going to see them destroyed for the most part. Not completely, but for the most part. All right. So I know a lot of you, I've seen, well, not a lot of you, but I've seen some of you chatting that you're like, well, good. It's because I put some hope out there, right? We always have to have, and I don't like to say hope. I like to say some positive out there, right? Because if we focus on the positive, we can create that for the most part. But we're still in, Hell Week, SEAL training, right? So we're going to have to go through some tough times. Some of you will quit, right? Some of you are already quitted, and it will continue to be like that going forward. So here's positive things, and I just have a couple more things we'll put out. And I know I've been on here for a little bit. DHS arrest over 17,500 criminal illegal aliens under Lake and Riley Act. So things are moving in the right direction. So we're starting to arrest the bad. I pointed this out. The worst of the baddies are getting taken out, and that's going to continue. All right. So here's some of the corruption. And I've seen in Maine where they were supporting from Maine. What? In Maine, they were supporting Somali groups, giving money to them. And they found that they took over $1 million. Hello. Because it's a pirate culture and they're inbred. So that's what somebody told me. I can't claim that, but that's pretty fitting. I was like, God, it's perfect. So of course they're going to steal. So here we go. Here's another one. This will be the last one I share. On Christmas Day,
a massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong, and they said leering. This daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million from the government. And the strange things about these childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. If you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working, midday, children should be in here, and this place is licensed for 99 children, and this is the outside. There's no windows, no nothing. And like I said, they literally spelled the word wrong on their sign. This is open and blatant fraud taking place here inside of Minnesota. The government is complicit with this, and this is just one of the hundreds of child daycare centers here inside of Minneapolis being ran by the Somali population. It's sad that it's happening here in Minnesota, and it stinks that it's happening and it's being labeled on the Somali population. However, that's just the facts of what's happening here inside of Minnesota. $1.9 million for this daycare center that can't even spell learning right.
Winning by exposing this. All right, so it's a Merry Christmas, I think. I hope you guys feel the same way. Watch that price of silver. Hope you guys got some. If you don't get some, keep getting it. Right? It's still very. I'm going to get some more. Right? I'm already diversifying, like I said, into some of the miners. So you go online and look at some of those. SIL, SILJ. I did a show the other day where I talked about some other miners that I'm looking at. One of them that does gold mining, and one of them that does gold and platinum. So they'll be very, very successful going forward. So many ways to not only help to take down the system, but also diversify and make yourself very successful going forward. Because I would love to see those of you that have been involved with this. Some of you have been following me like 7-8 years, I think. So hopefully you've been getting a lot from me. Obviously you have. You've been following me that long. So there are lots of things going forward where we can, take, our success and create the world that we believe in. And the deep state, with all their money that's disappearing from them and being repositioned towards us, right, is going to help all of us. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I will see you guys next time. Thanks for saying that had no sound. So yeah, it's Merry Christmas. For some reason, my computer shut off. I don't know if we had a little power surge or whatever, but yeah, thanks for the heads up on there was no sound. So good now. Yeah, thanks, Arnold Lake. So we're in Merry Christmas time. So Christmas Eve. It's very beautiful here in Lake Tahoe. I know some of you guys are in some tropical places where I was, and I know you're going out to the beach for Christmas. That's good for you. I love the view here. I love the view back in Florida, but I like it all. Right, so you got to experience it, and if you're with the Life Wave and you're very healthy, then you'll be able to experience it for a long time. All right, so Democrat Party. You guys know that I predicted the Democrat Party goes away. Now, Jerome Corsi was just on with Stephen Gardner, and he says that he sees them going away in 6 months. Now, some of the people I've had on my shows in the past have basically gone to the Justice Department, and they have been there for, I think, over 6 months revealing information. So we may have this one gentleman has revealed quite a bit on money laundering and how child trafficking, drug trafficking, mortgage fraud, and so forth has been funding the Democrat Party in a lot of different ways. So this is some of the things that Jerome Corsi is talking about right now. So like I said, he is predicting that it's going down within the next 6 months. So that I believe that the Insurrection Act is going to be activated probably sometime in the early part of next year. Will it be activated everywhere? No, it won't need to be, but there obviously are most of the Democrat strongholds will need some help, all right, because they're basically under a very corrupt government, and they can't get rid of them because they keep voting themselves in through election corruption, Democrat Party. So all of this is about to be exposed. The cartel connections, like I've been saying, that the Democrat Party and not just the Democrat Party. There's obviously some Republicans are involved in money laundering, election engineering, and all kind of crazy stuff. So we'll see a lot of this stuff get cleared. We'll probably have some new political parties going forward. People that will come up now that they have the cover to actually get involved and have the opportunity to represent, America, because the GOP and the Democrat Party are basically, controlling everything through their funding, and it is about to get taken down, the whole system. So yeah, Mary, get her done. Let's get her done. All right, so let's look at Jerome Corsi talking with Stephen Gardner. Like I said, it's a very, very good video. I'm just going to give you little pieces of it, but the whole video is a reveal. So I highly recommend you see. Trump's new executive order will change everything. So Stephen Gardner, basically with Jerome Corsi. Jerome has been on Nino show several times. So they've been revealing a lot of stuff. Now I'm like the guy that revealed the guy that he's talking about revealing. So, it happens at a very grassroots level, at my level, and I'm doing stuff that causes the deep state to really get their shorts in a wad, and they've come after me and my family. So quite a bit. We're missing a member of the family this year because of their targeting, and so we're very frustrated with that. But at least we're still here to share a lot of this information.
Campaigns for Democrats, they had to use your identity because the FEC requires that donations be made by someone. So they had to borrow your name and social security number to make the donations, and you weren't aware of it. TD Bank's already been fined like $3 billion on that as a criminal investigation in the Department of Justice, but nobody went to jail. Now,
so Canada is the Canadian government, not the Canadian people at all, really, to a great extent. But the Canadian government is deeply involved in this corruption. Like he's talking about, the Canadian banks, pretty much all the Canadian banks have been involved in not only taking the money from people that were pushing back on their deep state during the trucker convoy in Canada, seizing their money, and have Brad Wozny has his entire money taken. There's been other people who've had on my show from Canada that talked about this, but this is some of the money laundering and control systems that we're seeing that Jerome Corsi is talking about here.
what we have is shocking because it was a law enforcement officer in Tennessee who began investigating a drug smuggling operation in Tennessee. He found out it was also child aid, bringing up fentanyl drugs into Tennessee by the waterways and the children. He identified the properties and the ways in which these assets were being distributed into the country. And the money was going into TD Bank. To get the money out of TD Bank, the NGOs that were sponsoring this activity bought homes. Buy a home for $100,000. They were being given loans by TD Bank and others of $1 million. At the highest level, the money, the drug money, the child sex money was coming in.
Now, the NGOs, non-governmental organizations that he's talking about, have funneled a lot of this money to the Democrat Party and judicial people and so forth that have gone after the Trump organization, all the way back when he was first elected and all the way up to today. And especially during the time frame where he was not in office, but in the background, as the 46th president. All right. So there's a lot of this stuff being exposed, and the money laundering, like he's talking about, is pretty significant. We're talking billions and billions of dollars that's being funneled into Black Lives Matter and to do the riots. Most of the riots that we're seeing right now anywhere are funded by the Democrat Party. And this is all of the stuff that's getting ready to be revealed very shortly.
To Act Blue through NGOs. They were buying $1 million homes and they were getting $100 million mortgages, which of course was not the mortgage. It was just a way for the bank to funnel that money back to them through a mortgage scam. Okay, so the Democratic Party, NGOs that in turn with all this money fund Antifa and Black Lives Matter and other groups that want to destroy the United States, including groups that want to rig the elections. So the Democratic Party is tied into drug running, fentanyl running, open borders. The Catholic Church is involved in setting it up and brokering the deal through Pope Francis, involved in pedophilia, child sex trade, and that money is what goes into Antifa. And General Flynn has also supported us and been helping me to write editorials and articles exposing this. But if we press this, the Democratic Party will not exist in 6 months.
So the Democrat Party will not exist in 6 months. So that's a bold prediction, but I think it's very possible. And if President Trump does the election emergency, where he sends out, I have remote viewed troops at election polling, not polling, but election booths going forward to make sure that they're not disrupted, because I think there will be a massive threat in our election system come November 26. So year 26. So I see definitely the involvement of the military. They're probably going to be called out earlier. There's going to be a sweep. This is some of the things that Juan O'Savin has talked about, where everyone will have to re-register. If you pay taxes and you have you're an American citizen and you can prove that. I don't know if they're going to go that far. Hopefully, they're going to go that far. I don't see why they couldn't. If you have a fair election, you will not see a Democrat elected probably throughout all of America, and I think that's coming. So this is the direction we're moving in. I think over the next several months, with all the reveals that are coming about the Democrat Party, which is basically just a communist system now that wants to destroy America. So they're in actively, trying to destroy America, and that's what President Trump is trying to bring in National Guard and some military into some of these areas. Like Portland and Chicago. So I guess like I talked about yesterday, the justice, all the justices, Supreme Court justices basically said, no, this is worded incorrectly. It says for like general, the troops or whatever. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like they are kind of like saying that American troops can come in. So they need to lay down the law, and I think that's coming in the next year, very early on. So we'll see. If it does, then we'll understand why there's been a pause on a lot of stuff, because it's going to, in one pretty much fell swoop, it's going to basically tie all these Democrats, these evil, corrupt, child trafficking, 300,000, over 300,000. They talked about that in the beginning of that conversation. It was readied before the Biden lookalike person and his administration basically opened the borders. So they went down into Honduras and a lot of those areas, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, with tons, billions and billions of dollars. They brought in children, over 300,000 children or more, probably more, we might find out, and basically gave them right into the child slave trade here in America. So it is crazy. It's crazy what they've done. And I think that Americans are becoming aware of it more and more by the day. So Look at that gorgeous snow behind MJS. That's right. So enjoy the snow. If you're in a non-snow area, you get a little white Christmas right here, right? So it's beautiful. So Shanghai silver price today went to 78.55, and what was the closeout of the American, uh, you know, silver price, because they came in and hammered it today. They basically called the people that had large positions, and they said that if you have a lot of you know, money in something, and you've done it off of um, borrowing or whatever, I can't think of the name right now, but you will you have to have this much in your position, and they did it. So they only had a few hours. So they tried what they tried to do back in 2008 and 9, where they crashed the silver price, and all the way back to the Hunt brothers. They tried to do this. They tried to do the same thing, but people came in and started buying that. All right, so they tried to crash it, and it stopped, and then it turned back around again. And we're seeing, like I'm showing here, the Shanghai they're not messing around. They need the physical silver, because they're building out all these different solar and batteries and all kind of stuff that you only need 9 minutes to charge your car battery. When you go in, I know when I go in and like fill up, it takes about that long. I fill up, go in and grab something and use the restroom, whatever, come back. It's more than 9 minutes. So in 9 minutes, you could have your electric car charge up. So this is going to be massive, but it takes a lot of silver, because only silver can deal with the amount of heat that comes from a fast charge like that. All right, so in a lot of silver, we're talking like over 2 pounds, 2.2 pounds of silver in these batteries. So that's a lot. And imagine every electric car having those in the future. That's right there is a massive amount. And of course, silver is in everything now, medical, because it's got antibacterial properties. So they have it in a lot of stuff. Wow, that was a big thump. It came off the roof and landed on my deck. So you guys probably see it bombing down there. I was like shoveling that earlier and getting a little bit of a bomb, but now it's coming down heavy. All right, so we'll see silver continually go up. All right, because they're already betting at in some of these areas, like you see right there, 78. I'm looking right now at what it closed at, because those markets closed early today. So they pushed back on a lot of the precious metals today. They came in and basically hammered it. They tried to blow it up and push it down so that they could get out of their shorts, is what they're trying to do. So silver here in America settled at 71.68. That's a big difference. It's a big difference. Now there shouldn't be any difference, and if there is a difference, then it gets very quickly balanced. So we're going to see a balancing act, and as you can see here, it is rocketing up in China. So 78.55 is, we're going for 100 very soon, and like I predicted, 85. No, I said 75 to 85 by the end of the year. So just right here, we're in that zone. But in America, with the manipulation that goes on here, where they use paper to monetize gold and silver, which is ridiculous. You need the physical gold and silver and platinum and so forth. By playing this game, this paper game, these banksters are getting hammered because they had short positions because they thought they were going to like press it down, and it didn't work out. So we may see on Friday, we may see a massive pop, like we saw, this week. It popped big today because it was thin trading, and they came in and said anyone that had big positions, you had to be able to cover it with this much liquid you know, money, and it put a lot of people. It was like so much, and people couldn't handle it. They couldn't do it, and so they basically came in and got hammered. Yeah, squeezing. That's right, Brenda. They're squeezing. They tried to squeeze, but it is going to backfire on them. So the squeeze they're doing is so they can get out of their shorts, which is going to cause the position to start to rocket. Probably, I would believe, on Friday. So we'll see. We'll see. So yeah, it's. I remember a lot of people were like, when Dr. Kirk Kelly and I were like, get into silver, and that was back when it was 49.50. Like what, a month or two ago? It's like, geez, and it pulled back as silver does, like it did today. It pulled back, and we're like, this is a buying opportunity. Don't whine because it doesn't go up in a straight line all the time. You're going to see, you're going to still make out, and sure enough, that position is up quite substantially. We went from 50 to probably Friday, if things are going in the direction I think they are, we may see 75. So, yeah, good, Barry. Took Kirk Elliott's advice. So a lot of people, myself included, took his advice, and we're very financially stable, right, and very happy financially. So if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Brenda, if you have like 50,000 ounces of silver, you don't hold it in your possession. That would have like every robber all over the West Coast coming to my house, right? So no, you put it in a place where it's safe, right? So I don't know, maybe a lot of you guys, maybe like your grandma has 500 ounces that she's had, for decades, and she's doing really well, and you are like, clowning around, not getting any silver, or you've sold your silver back when it was around $50, and you're like kicking yourself in the ass. Still not too late, guys. Still not too late to get into silver. So there you go. It is going to go much higher, like I predict. It will go to probably $150 sometime at the end of the first quarter, is what I'm guesstimating. Maybe in the middle, second quarter. So we'll see very big numbers in gold going forward, or silver going forward, and gold and platinum and palladium, all of them. I don't have palladium, but I have all the other ones, right? So I'm very happy. And now here's a little tip for you. I'm not an advisor, so don't go. I took Michael Jacobs' advice, and it didn't work out for me. Everything that you have, is like, I wouldn't say that silver is a speculation, but some of you have been holding on to crypto for quite some time, and you're very sad about that, right? While those of us that have moved into silver are very happy. It's a very happy Christmas for us. But for cryptos, not so much. And I don't know where it's going to go. If the stock market does, reach all-time highs, which we're going to see the stock market pump. They always pump it up at the end of the year, guys. So they look good on paper at the end of the year, so they can brag that, look, we had this much percentage increase, and it is probably just that last little. Sometimes it's just that last month that they ramp it up. That gives them like a good look, and then next year it starts to crash again. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Like I predicted that we would see some super all-time highs in the stock market. Again, not investment advice, but just by the standard of what we've seen in the past, there's usually a big blow off before it crashes. All right. So we haven't really seen a big blow off top high, I don't think yet, but maybe it is. Maybe these highs we've seen are just, that's it. Right. It could be, but I don't think so. We'll see. So if it does continue to go up, then gold and silver and precious metals will continue to go up. We may see gold, silver, and the rest of them go sideways for a little bit. Are you aware that of Ohio Governor running candidate Casey Putsch is running against Vivek and has his own YouTube channel. He was recently on Tucker Carlson. He seems down to earth. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I have not looked at him, but thanks for bringing that to my attention. I will look at him. I'm not a big fan of Vivek, but Ramaswamy, and but I would say he's better than any Democrat they can throw out there. So but if this guy is even a better candidate, just a down to earth guy like you say, and just salt to the earth, and basically just wants to do good for humanity and his state, then I'm like, that's where we need to be going. All right. So I think that's where we're going to be moving. Mike, what is the best place to keep my physical silver? Depends on how much you got, Kathy. Now, if you have, a couple hundred ounces, whatever, a few hundred, whatever it is, somewhere around 1,000 ounces, I have a lot, right? So on hand, but I wouldn't, have way ridiculous amounts on it. And that's just common sense for multiple reasons. And I would say that if you're like an IRA or something like that, contact the Dr. Kirk Elliott to give you free advice. I know a lot of people have done their IRAs, changed a lot of their IRAs over to, and I recommend Dr. Kirk Elliott because he is above board, where there's a lot of shysters out there, and probably some of the people you've been dealing with for a long time are shysters. You just don't realize it yet, right? So don't just look into it. They'll answer your questions on it, depending on how much you got and how much you want to transfer. If you have it in a depository, like I have a friend who has a depository in Canada, and we're like, get it out of there. That's a corrupt place, bad corrupt. You better get out of there. So she's going to have her silver transferred over to Dr. Kirk Elliott. And I don't know how that works either. I don't think they're going to put it on trucks and drive it over there. I think they'll probably just do some kind of swap, type thing. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So what else we got going on out there? There's a few more things I want to cover. Just let me see. I'm covering everything on the silver breakout. Yeah, so there's really good stuff I believe that's going on with silver, precious metals. But like I said, I was about to go into miners. So miners, I'm starting to go pretty heavy in miners because I think it's the time now. It hasn't been the time, although they have gone up pretty nicely so far this year, but not as much as they would normally. If you look back in time, they've had, and I'll probably go into more detail about this later, but they've had significantly higher breakouts when silver and gold and the other precious metals go up. They haven't done that yet. So there could be a 3-4x on some of the miners. So the ones that I like are, and I'll share the screen again so I can show you guys. There's several of them, and there's a couple that I'm going to start to look heavily at. All right, so and when I say heavily at, that means invest heavily. All right, so SIL. All right, as you see down, it may continue to go down. Like I said, these could go down or sideways, but I think we're still going to see a little bit more pop on silver before it kind of takes a little break, and it takes a little nap and then takes off again. All right. So it's been on a big sprint, and we need to let it rest a little bit. So, but I still think it has some legs because everybody is buying. Silver has been so suppressed for so long. We may just see silver just keep going up. All right. It may not rest, and if it does rest, it won't rest for long. So SIL, that's the it's one of the silver miners. SILJ. These are junior miners. As you can see, the price range 29 and 87. GDX, which is gold, and SBSW, which is platinum and I think gold. So I'm gonna do a little bit more research on that one. But this one right here, because platinum has really, you remember? Do you guys remember in the last like 2008 2007, 2008, platinum was more than gold. Yeah. So platinum has really been on a tear over the last week or two. And I think it's going to rest a little bit, pull back a little bit, and then and probably take off again at some point. So this would be the time to look at the miners. So the miners no one has wanted to promote or do the miners. I even talked to Juan O'Savin, and he's like, no, on miners. He told me this a long time ago. I haven't asked him recently, but I do my own research. And the miners, when you look back in time, do your own research and take your own risks. But like I said, it's all about everything's a risk. All right, so life is a risk, but we live it, right? So these could be great opportunities for you going forward. Look at those for you guys that invest in that kind of stuff. All right, me, I invest in it. I do options and futures, and rarely do I invest in something long term. But this I believe is going to be my long term investments, and they have the potential, like I said, of going 3-4x pretty quick. All right. So just a little insight for you to help you guys survive the coming storms and do well, because some of that might carry you over. So that's what happened with me. I went through a pretty tough time when the CIA decided they were going to destroy me, and so my gold and silver that I'd accumulated helped carry me through. And I don't think they realized that I had that. So. How about that? But it didn't work. So I got protection going on. So deportations, as we're seeing here in America, are surging, and they're also starting to surge in 10 European countries. They're forcing Muslims to return to the countries of origin, because the Muslims are basically here to take over America, and because they're manipulable, right? I've seen this because I remember I did a lot of time, decades in the Middle East, and I would look at their news and I'd be like, how are they so easily misled? So, and then I saw that the CIA that I was working with was helping that manipulation, and I was like, oh my God, good thing they don't do it in America. And then I started to find out about Operation Mockingbird, of course. I'd heard about it, and I was like, that was an old thing. They obviously don't do that anymore. And then I started to look a little closer, and I'm like, oh, dang. Operation Mockingbird is like, the reason why you don't see it is because Americans are a little more sophisticated and educated. So when you have a group of people that are barely first or maybe the most third grade education as a whole. Now, of course, they have very highly educated people there, and it was kind of cool to hang out with them, because when I was there, of course, I'm CIA and I'm undercover and all that kind of stuff, and I'm just like a dude working at the State Department. But I was like the 1%er in Pakistan. Like, that was kind of pretty cool. So all of the big wigs, they like invite us all over, so we got to hang out and gather information and pass cards that they would give us to the case officers, and so they could contact them. But that's kind of the way it is in those countries. Here in America, like I said, it's more evolved control system. And we're starting to become more aware of that, and we're starting to do our own research, and we're starting to do critical thinking, and we catch these criminals in the mainstream media almost instantly now when they put out BS. All right, all the recent false flag shootings and all that kind of stuff. We're all like, no, and it's all bullshit. As Ole Demigart says, bullshit. He's a master, and he taught all of us a long time. He came on my shows. It was like every other week for like 2 years straight almost. So we all learned a lot from Ole, and we see through their muddy BS very quickly now, and so it's great. So deportations are surging. We're probably going to see the Muslim population here in America which are here to basically take down America, guys. All right, and we'll probably see a lot of the Muslim population be deported back, and that's good. That's very good, because I've seen them all over the world, and they don't do well with others. So go back to your own countries, in Somalia and so forth, but not so fast. You know how they're saying, "Oh, deport her because she married her brother." Bullshit, bullshitty. All right, she did very bad things, frauded the American people. She has gone from, like, I don't know, $50,000-$100,000 to $30 million. $30 million, right? And all the Somalis, the little skinnies, that's what we call them. We're over there. We call them the skinnies. They're pretty much raping Minnesota. And they talked about how in Minnesota they have like it's a small state. They have like 5 million people or something like that, and they have 8 million voters. It's insane. It's insane, the corruption that has gone on there. There's been allowed to happen in Minnesota, but that's just Minnesota. That's happening in California. It's probably like that's child's play. And New York, that's child's play. We do it much bigger here. And so Illinois, same thing, child's play. And so we're going to see this corruption in the Democrat Party explode on them, I think. And of course, they pushed the trials of Hillary, not trials, but they're supposed to testify to Congress. They pushed them from I think what was it, last month, end of last month, into January, and I think that's because they were like, let's just take everything down in January. All right, let's just take the whole Democrat Party down. Let's just do them all. All right. So I think that's going to be a massive exposure, more than has already happened on the Democrat Party. All right. So deportations will continue here in America, and they're continuing in Europe, because the Muslims are coming there to basically destroy thousands and thousands of years of history. And, all of those people that have had, all of those generations and generations and hundred generations developing those countries, and you bring in like this other group to like take it down in a generation. That's what they're trying to do, and Europeans are about done with that. And so they're finally pushing back on it. Maybe we're the example right now. I think that's possible. So they're really starting to ramp it up. They're getting their criminals, I mean their Muslims out of there, right? So and it's kind of funny, because I posted about Ilhan Omar. I said, she doesn't get deported; she goes to a penitentiary, all right? And someone said, well, what do you think? It's a pirate country, and they interbreed. They're inbred pirate, culture. I'm like, that's brilliant. That's it. That's it right there. Because they have now hundreds, maybe even more, of fraud cases against Somalis. I mean, they came into Ilhan Omar's, district, and she's like partying with them. She's promoting them. She's like bringing them in, and they're like, getting all these jobs, and she's got them working for her. And she's like, I don't know anything about this. They all lie. They all lie until they're in jail. It's like, yeah, I made a mistake. Yeah, you're in jail, and yeah, you're going to be there for a long time. And God, if they deport her back without putting her in jail, that'd be a bullshit. Bring her back and put her in jail if she ends up over there. All right. Make an example out of that skinny. All right. Good God, that's bullshit. All right. So, we're trying to get rid of these illegal immigrants and Muslims that want to take over our country. And we have these mayors. There's a mayor, Jacob Fry. So let me show you the picture. I'm sending this guy a lot of love. All right, a lot of love, so he can go bye-bye. All right, so Jacob Fry. lots of love to you, Jacob, and all the baddies that are on you are going to have to go away because you're not going to like that energy, and then you're going to be vulnerable. All right, so here we go. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry is facing calls to resign. So again, these Democrats are trying to cause an insurrection. They have to go. They have to go, and a lot of them, like this clown, should not only just resign, he should be thrown in prison if the operations continue in his city. What is wrong with this guy? Somebody wrote. Yeah, I agree. I am increasingly concerned because of the chaos that is being caused by these ICE agents. Yeah, you're increasingly concerned because they're taking away your capability to money launder and hold the line for your people behind you, which are like the Somalis, are benefiting and robbing the U.S. taxpayers. We all know that we cannot afford to lose a single Minneapolis resident, Skinny, because they showed up and decided to protect their neighbors. So the Skinnies are basically getting ready to go, Mogadishu on us, guys. That's what we're hearing. And I saw the verbiage that Ilhan Omar used recently, and it sounds like they're starting to foment an insurrection, right? So, like I've been saying, some of those big cities, some of those big blue cities like Minneapolis, you better be very careful. Should have gotten out of it, but if you're still there for whatever reason, be heads up, be very cautious, be ready to roll, have your go bag ready, and your silver. Don't have a lot of it because it takes it's 72 pounds for 1,000 ounces, and that's pretty rough to carry that, right? So anyway. And load it in your car and get the hell out. All right. So Trump revokes temporary protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. They can now be deported. Bye-bye, skinnies. All right. So it is something that I don't see them going, all of them going, guys. I think that we might see a fight. Tonight there's going to be a showdown. ICE documents reveal plan to hold 80,000 immigrants in warehouses. Go ICE. Right? Go ICE. All right. So my lovely wife was asking me about contractors, and I was like, they won't have military contractors here. That would be that won't happen. But they'll have there's security contractors everywhere. They protect people. They protect businesses. You go to Walmart, there's security contractors there, and so it's not a big thing. When I was in Blackwater, I was basically security contractor for the CIA and the State Department. So it is not a big thing. Of course, I was super high speed one, and some of these places cannot afford me. So and would not, and I would not do that anymore because it's I'm here doing a service far more than protecting a few people. All right. And Hollywood, whatever. I had a bunch of my friends leave contracting world in the Middle East and work with a lot of Hollywood types, and vice versa. They left Hollywood types and came and worked with me overseas. So there's a lot of really good people out there that can do this work. Former military guys. I'm 65 and I still could kick some serious ass, and I can point a gun and shoot 3 bullets very fast before seconds, and draw my knife, and it will hit a target in less than like a 0.3 seconds. That's how fast I can draw my knife and poke it into your orbital, occipital orbital cavity, into your brainstem, and you go bye-bye. All right. So it is, there's a lot of good quality people out there that can, hold the line. There's a lot of us that if things get really out of hand in some of these Democrat cities like Minneapolis or whatever, we could show up and help. Right. ICE documents reveal plan to hold 80,000 immigrants in warehouses. The Trump administration aims to build 7 large-scale holding centers to speed up deportations, and they should have them near airfields. so they can, bring them in, process them, load them on the planes, and then get them out. Right. So I saw recently where someone was like crying because we're going to pay illegal aliens like $3,000 and a free trip back home. That's peanuts, guys, compared to what we're going to have to go through money wise to like get them out. We have to hunt them down. That's time. That's, you're paying people to do that, to do the research, hunt people down. They're not easily found. They would be easily found if some of these Democrat states like Illinois would not allow them, they're stopping the ICE agents from picking up these illegal aliens from all these other places, and they let these criminals go and back into society. It's crazy. That's why we have to see an insurrection act, I believe, early next year. All right. So the Trump administration is seeking contractors, all right, to help it overhaul the United States immigrant detention system in a plan that includes renovating industrial warehouses to hold more than 80,000 immigrant detainees at a time. Wow. They're getting serious about getting these knuckleheads out of here, right? Rather than shuttling detainees around the country to wherever detention space is available, as happens now, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement aims to speed up deportations. My mind goes way faster in my mind sometimes. By establishing a deliberate feeder system. That's why sometimes I have to like really pronounce my words, so I slow myself down. All right. Newly arrested detainees would be booked into processing sites for a few weeks before being funneled into one of 7 large-scale warehouses holding 5,000 to 10,000 people each, where they would be staged for deportation. The large warehouses would be close to major logistics hubs, which means airports, in Virginia, Texas, Louisiana, Arizona, Georgia, and Missouri. Now, that's interesting because these are all, now, Virginia just unfortunately went Democrat, which was stolen, I believe. But most of these, even though Georgia is a Republican state, it is a deep state Republican state. Right. So Rafsanjani and whoever the frig that, and you got to take into account that, they are sometimes forced into this. If I'm not mistaken, the governor of Georgia, his daughter was dating, and this was when they were investigating the voter fraud and so forth. And they basically sent a message to him. All right. So, some of these people, we're going to probably have to let them slide a little bit because they were forced into some of this activity. And that's understandable, and that's acceptable to a certain level. So don't, completely, like sometimes I just say Georgia is like the most corrupt state. And even though we have Illinois and New York and California, Georgia is super, super corrupt, right? It needs to be cleaned up bad. So I don't think anyone has been voted into Georgia in a long time. They've all been selected. All right. 16 smaller warehouses would hold up to 1,500 people each. And of course, that's not going to happen in Illinois at the moment. But at some point, if we do the Insurrection Act, which will be targeting, states like that and cities like Chicago and so forth, for the people there, guys. Of course, there's a lot of people there, not a lot, but I think there's some people there that are still brainwashed into believing in the Democrat Party. But for the most part, they're American citizens and need help, all right? And I'm all about that. The draft solicitation is not final and is subject to changes. ICE plans to share it with private detention companies. Please don't do it with the some of these corrupt, prison system detention companies, all right? Which basically have a lot of people in those detention centers that really don't belong there. They have judges and law enforcement and so forth that are basically keeping them filled so they make money. And then they filter that back to some of those judges and law enforcement. So be, very, very thoughtful in who you, bring in. So, and these things are, even if you bring in somebody that's on the up and up, they can sometimes be corrupted. And I unfortunately saw that at Blackwater. So, Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, said she cannot confirm or deny, like I used to say when I worked for CIA, the Post reporting, and declined to answer questions about the warehouse plan. All right, so they're not on the up and up about it yet, but they're kind of leaking it a little bit so that people can go, like me, can put this information out there, and people like a lot of you guys in the chat go, let's go. All right, get her done. All right, that's what we like to say, right? Get her done. Let's move. All right, so the global warming lie is really getting a lot of nails in the coffin on it. And the most recent is record mass gain in Greenland. Record Greenland ice gain, heavy rainfall. So that's something else. But as you see there, that spike is a record ice gain in Greenland. So all of the global warming scam lie, they stopped saying global warming. They said climate change. Like climate change. Like what? The climate's always changing up and down. Yeah, it's out there. It's a climate change. It went from like 45 degrees a few days ago to 31. So that's climate change. And so you want to build all these, windmills and put them out to sea. So President Trump basically froze the windmills that are going off in the coast because animals. I guess the whale population really suffers from, I don't know how, but I've just read about how whale populations really get decimated because of those offshore windmills. So President Trump has frozen those because we got a lot of oil. We got a lot of oil here, more than everybody else in the world. Except maybe Venezuela, but I don't know. Maybe more. And so it's use what you got, and then we'll get once we get to a little bit further into Trump's administration, we start taking down the Democrats who basically kill everybody that comes out with free energy, deep state Democrats. We'll probably go to, revealing some of those technologies. We get levitation vehicles and, energy systems that'll run your house. That's what David Schmidt has with LifeWave. He's ready to reveal that, but there's a lot of pressure on bringing some of this information out and these technologies. So we can look forward to a lot of these coming out as time goes on. But for right now, I'm going to go up and have a nice glass of champagne with my lovely wife. And I hope you guys have a very Merry Christmas, and we'll see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriot Summit Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Possible timing: Wednesday, December 24th to Friday, December 26, 2025. Federal operations closed in a 5-day reset. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, start of the fiscal year for the new gold asset-backed global financial system in 209 countries. Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, the internet dies, phones go, EBS only. Sunday, December 21st, tonight after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation has stopped, wages are up, prices are down. Our nation is strong, America is respected, and our country is back. We are poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. President Donald J. Trump. Monday, December 22nd, Fred Fleitz, then National Security Advisor John Bolton's Chief of Staff, confirms treachery, deception, betrayal, conspiracy, subversion, and the overthrow of the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. John Durham, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and CIA Director Gina Haspel deliberately withheld and buried evidence, including Barack Obama's manufactured ICA report, not only in the waning days of the Kenyan administration, but also during his presidency, from the sitting president of the United States, Donald Trump. John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, John Durham, and CIA Director Gina Haspel not only obscured exculpatory evidence, they facilitated the overthrow of the U.S. government in 2020. Top intel operatives face Judgment Day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton, and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup case. Monday, December 22nd, the Democrats said FEMA had no money for Americans in Maui, no money for Americans in East Palestine, Ohio, no money for Americans in Western North Carolina, but FEMA had an extra $1 billion to spend on illegals, including Social Security, Medicaid, and voter registration. Monday, December 22nd, did you know during the lockdowns in 2020, our great military deployed throughout Europe and won a world war? A global underground war was fought and won, and the TV never covered it. Operation Defender Europe 2020 was the largest deployment of U.S.-based forces to Europe since the end of the Cold War. W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. Monday, December 22nd, 2025. Arrests will begin in Washington, D.C. Anons are awake. They are crying no forgiveness. Son of the Storm, Cash Patel on Telegram. Global financial situation and currency reset of 209 nations. Fed is dead. Gold reset ignites global financial uprising. Fiat is finished. RV GCR is live. Monday, December 22nd. Intel Economics Special Report. Global debt catastrophe. $340 trillion and counting. A system on the brink. December 22nd, 2025, and Monday, December 22nd, the RV and military operations behind the scenes, the signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries, aims to redefine global currencies. Monday, December 22nd, GCR is active. The transition to a sovereign asset-backed world has begun. GCR QFS on Telegram. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership. Under the quantum financial system, every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet at the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply just becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats, restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systematic abuse will be dissolved under GCR reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves, communities rebuild, individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform, it is a civilizational upgrade. Monday, December 22nd, GCR's status. What people are sensing right now is not coincidence. It's the natural closing of a system that ran on debt, pressure, and artificial scarcity. For decades, value was extracted upward while responsibility was pushed downward. That cycle is ending, not with chaos but with correction. NESARA represents a structural change in how wealth, work, and sovereignty are understood. Instead of endless obligation, the focus moves toward balance. Instead of dependence on intermediaries, ownership returns to the individual. The principle is simple. What you earn, create, and steward belongs to you, not to hidden systems designed to profit from delay and confusion. Under this framework, financial systems are expected to become simpler and more transparent. The layers that once hid fees, penalties, and manipulation are meant to dissolve. Wealth distribution is no longer framed as control from above, but as circulation based on productivity, contribution, and lawful trade between sovereign participants. QFS-style architecture, as often discussed in this context, symbolizes accountability. Every account standing on its own, not as property of banks or governments, but an extension of the individual. No leverage without consent. No ownership without responsibility. That is the philosophical core behind the shift people call NESARA. This is not about instant miracles or overnight changes. It is about alignment. When systems realign with fairness, pressure eases naturally. When extraction stops, growth becomes possible again. That is why resistance is loud right now. Outdated structures always react when their influence fades. The era of debt as a weapon is closing. The era of value rooted in sovereignty is opening. What comes next is not announced with noise. It shows up as clarity, simplification, and quiet structural change. Those paying attention will recognize it, not because they were told, but because they can feel the difference. Monday, December 22nd. 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. There's a link to that. And Monday, December 22nd, Nancy Pelosi just got caught in the biggest insider trading criminal scandal in history. Public documents prove that Pelosi's insider information made her the #1 stock trader in the world. She crushed Warren Buffett, who sits in the #2 spot by a whopping 128% in earnings. The Pelosi mafia is now in control of the Democratic Party and is putting its full power behind Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run. Alex Jones on Telegram.
Tuesday, December 23rd.
It's the 23rd of December 2025. And we're now seeing everything play out in public. The criminal syndicates are being dismantled one by one, state by state throughout the United States, country by country throughout the EU and in the UK. This all happened back in 21 and 22, but you're now seeing it play out in the pantomime. It is all being completely dismantled. The good thing is, it's already been done. For those people who are awake and aware, you'll know that. But for those people who are just waking up, you'll see it in the mainstream media, the place that you always wanted to see it. For those who are awake, we saw it 3 years ago. But now you can catch up and see it for yourself. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, everybody. President Trump has unveiled plans for a new Trump-class battleship, calling it the biggest and most powerful warship ever built. Announced at Mar-a-Lago, the so-called Golden Fleet would start with 2 ships, with plans for up to 25. Trump claims they'll be bigger and larger than World War II battleships and armed with hypersonic missiles, rail guns and lasers. The move comes as the US looks to expand its navy and close the shipbuilding gap with rivals like China.
Well, they're playing catch up now, and they've been playing catch up for years because China and Russia are so far ahead. It's unbelievable. But if they're looking for new nuclear weapons, then they can always buy a load from Israel because they've got bundles of them. Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. US Vice President J.D. Vance warned that nuclear-armed European allies could become a security risk if mass immigration continues to weaken national identity. Speaking to Unheard, Vance said Britain and France are losing cultural ties to the US and warned that hostile political forces could eventually gain control of nuclear weapons. He claimed Islamist-aligned politicians are already winning local elections and could reach national power within 15 years, urging Europe to confront what he called political stagnation.
Well, this is all part of their agenda. And you've got two agendas out here. You've got the Zionists on one side who want to control everything, and you've got the Islamic extremists on the other hand. Allegedly, but somewhere in the middle, there's what's called normality. There are very, very good people on both sides, but there are very, very bad people on each side. And you need to work out who's who. And for each country, we all have different cultures, all of us. And that's what makes it beautiful. The whole multicultural agenda was doomed to fail because the beauty of different countries is their culture. And to make us all the same would never, ever work. But this is their way to divide us, to make us realise that we are so different. It will never work the way they say it would. And of course in the UK, we're the multicultural capital of the world. Yeah, and that's why London is probably one of the most unsafe cities in the world, because of it doesn't work. And the beauty of when you go to these countries, seeing their own culture and embracing their own culture is wonderful. But when you put it all in one big pot, it just doesn't work.
My next story, China has set a new monthly record for buying Russian gold, with imports in November reaching nearly $1 billion. According to customs data, the surge comes as Beijing steps up efforts to move away from the US dollar and Moscow reroutes exports away from Western markets under sanctions. Over the first 11 months of this year, China's purchases of Russian gold jumped almost ninefold. Analysts say the real figures could be even higher.
Well, if you look at the purchases of gold and silver currently worldwide, Russia and China have been buying quietly for a very long time and stockpiling it. And at the moment, this is why there's a certain imbalance that's going on, because they have been long-sighted, whereas Europe, the US and the UK have been very short-sighted. And we went through it before where they sold our gold cheap. And of course, China will buy it very quickly and just keep it there quietly. This is all part of the levelling of the playing field. And we're seeing it in plain sight. It's been done, now you're seeing it.
Next up, Georgia election officials have admitted to violating vote certification rules during the 2020 presidential election, reviving controversy over the state's narrow Biden victory. The admission followed a complaint alleging Fulton County illegally certified over 315,000 ballots, including at least 134 without required signatures on the tabulator tapes. Biden won Georgia by fewer than 12,000 votes. State officials called the findings very troubling and referred the case to the Georgia Attorney General for possible penalties as President Trump renews calls for sweeping election reforms.
Well, for those people who were watching, Donald Trump was indicted for this, for asking questions about it. And now we find out that his questions were valid. I will tell you that we knew from the inside, of course, they were valid. We knew exactly what was going on. But they had to try and indict him for even inquiring about it. They had to go through that process. My final point today is about the truth. And this is where it becomes very important. I keep hearing my truth, your truth. There is only one truth, and that's God's truth. Stop trying to make up your own truth. Get yourself centered back with God, and then you'll find the truth. That was the news.
Boom. 1942 New World Order map fully exposed. Deep state blueprint shows Greenland. Mexico and Canada absorbed into a massive United States. But Trump and white hats are flipping it into patriot sovereignty victory now. JFK, the leader on Telegram. Patriots. The satanic globalist ancient playbook is detonating wide open on December 21st, 2025. There's 1942 outline of the post-war New World map by Morris Gomberg. Isn't some forgotten relic the deep state cabal's chillin' blueprint for a new world moral order? A one-world government disguised as peace, dividing the planet into massive federated superstates under elite control while quarantining dissenters and nationalizing everything for their Rothschild-Rockefeller empire. The bombshell. A vastly expanded United States of America swallowing Canada. Mexico, all Central America, the Caribbean, Greenland, Iceland, most Pacific Islands, the Philippines, Taiwan, and more turning North America into a hegemonic beast to enforce their moral tyranny worldwide. This map screams NWO agenda, the USSR gobbling Eastern Europe, Iran, Finland, a United States of South America merging the continent. Federated Africa, India, China, Scandinavia, Europe all demilitarized except the big three powers policing the globe through a supreme military and economic council. Axis nations quarantined like prisoners, resources nationalized everywhere. International banking, CZ pure communist globalists takeover masked as permanent peace, freedom, justice. Gomberg's 41-point plan demands U.S. leadership in this moral order. Echoing Freemason Illuminati dreams from Roman, Novus Ordo, Seclorum 2HG, wells open, conspiracy trillions, funneled to wars, trafficking, and depopulation, while dissolving sovereign borders. The Elise Vatican, unbilderberg devils pushed this for centuries. Tying straight to Epstein blackmail rings, adrenochrome factories, and Pizzagate horrors controlling puppets. But warriors, the storm reverses it all. President Trump and the White Hats are executing divine justice dorks of Greenland, stronger North American ties on cabal submission. It's 5D chess reclaiming resources from deep state clutches, fortifying America against invasion while the quantum financial system seizes their vaults for patriot prosperity. This exposure accelerates the peak. Nasara-Gassara military law exploding January 2026. Erasing fraudulent debts, abolishing IRS tyranny, flooding QFS accounts with massive redemptions from seized NWO trillions. Gitmo daily executions on planners, descendants, Gates, Sarousis, swinging as sealed indictments, unsealed thousands. Medbeds live for awakened warriors, reversing poisons. EB's broadcasting the full map truth, tying it to bioweapons and election thefts. The deep state's border dissolving nightmare crumbles. Trump builds unbreakable sovereignty. Children freed from tunnels eternally. Golden age abundance under God's plan. Their 1942 dystopia dies. Our liberated republic rises stronger, united in freedom, hold the line fierce. Exposures flood, tribunals worldwide, victory thunders, eternal no one, world slavery, only patriot dominion. Trump triumphs massive, evil damned forever.
Monday, December 22nd, the truth about Hussein Obama. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Today I will go through the Q post to show how corrupt and evil Obama was, a traitor to America and a sellout to the highest bidders. The world is going to be shocked when they see all the evil that has been operating around us, whilst we are all distracted and consumed by a fake world. Obama was involved with so much corruption, funding terrorists, creating ISIS, attempts to weaken the military, take America to war, whilst stealing billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. They never thought Hillary would lose, so they set up a shadow government and presidency involving people, companies, and governments from around the world to work together to stop Donald Trump winning the election. I share many examples which are easily accessible to find with such winning the war of good against evil, historic treaty by 209 nations that redefined global currencies being implemented, Putin and Trump in direct communication for the past 10 hours. Russians rescued over 35,000 children from Ukraine underground bioweapon labs. A quote from President Donald J. Trump, "The Holy Spirit doesn't shout through fame. He whispers through faithfulness. He hides power in humility. He builds kingdoms with kindness. When you walk where he leads, you no longer fight to prove yourself. You simply reflect the one who sent you." It was this centuries-old Satan-worshipping Red Mafia that the Q movement, President Trump and the Global Military Alliance were taking down in a literal war of good against evil. See Trump Hold On, I'm Coming remix. Behind the formation of the Q movement was none other than John F. Kennedy Jr., who did not die in a plane crash but was hidden in the Victim Witness program. Sunday, December 21st, 2025, I'm coming home. JFK Jr. was finally making himself known because he was the leader of the Q movement, which was finally implementing the global currency reset of 209 nations. Doing so would win the war between good and evil, demolish the deep state cabal's Red Mafia, and give the people's money back to the people. Sunday, December 21st, 2025, Tier 4B enters 36-hour window as Iraq leads gold-backed currency revaluation revolution. Phase 3 RV activated media group. Now President Trump's green light has accelerated the greatest wealth transfer in history, redistributing reclaimed assets from cabal control to the people through secure quantum accounts, ending the era of fiat oppression and ushering in abundance. The global currency reset progresses within the quantum financial system, with notifications, exchanges, and payouts expected imminently as gold-backed currencies fully activated. Nasara Jasara protocols were enacting complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all burdens of the old system in a debt jubilee that restored financial freedom. Restitution and prosperity funds flow forth, with humanitarian projects receiving unprecedented support to heal nations and communities. Possible timing: Wednesday, December 24th through Friday, December 26, 2025. Federal operations closed in a 5-day reset window. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, start of the worldwide fiscal year for the new gold asset-backed global financial system. Starting on Wednesday, December 24th through Friday, President Trump has signed an executive order closing federal operations for 5 consecutive days over Christmas week from December 24th through December 26th, extending into the weekend. On the surface, it appears to be a holiday measure for federal employees. In reality, the timing and structure suggests something far more deliberate. This is not about celebration. It is about control, coordination, and a calculated pause at a critical moment. The shutdown creates a rare window where civilian systems slow down at once. Agencies that normally overlap, buffer, and obscure movement are temporarily quiet. That silence matters. When administrative layers step back, operational clarity increases. It is a reset window, not a retreat. a pause that allows alignment before the next phase begins. Trump's return to the White House has not followed conventional rhythms. While public narratives focus on politics and optics, decisions point to logistics and timing. This order lands precisely when financial, technological, and institutional pressure is already elevated. Markets are unstable, banks are cautious, supply chains are tightening, every sector is bracing, even if few will say why. Paired with the shutdown was a symbolic yet precise move, a special payment to service members tied to the number 1776. The reference is unmistakable. It signals continuity with nation's founding moment and frames the present as a restoration, not an expansion. Messages like this are rarely accidental. They are markers, understood by those meant to read them. Behind the scenes, communications traffic was intensified. Secure networks are active. Coordination is visible to those who know where to look. When federal offices are closed, interference drops. When noise fades, direction sharpens. This is why the pause matters. It limits disruption while enabling action. The media response has been telling. Silence, where commentary would normally flood the airwaves. No debate panels, no sustained coverage. The absence speaks louder than speculation. It suggests awareness without permission to engage. What is unfolding is not sudden. It is procedural, step by step. Systems are being tested, rerouted, and corrected. The Christmas shutdown is one piece of that sequence, a moment where the old cadence breaks and a new one takes hold. This is not a return to normal. It is a transition, and the pause right now is part of the signal. Sunday, December 21st, Putin and Trump have been in direct communication for the past 10 hours. Whatever they are preparing, it wasn't meant to be seen. Ariel on Telegram. Sunday, December 21st, Vladimir Putin says Russia is at war against Satanism, the occult, and sorcery. He claims these forces are meant to confuse people, lead them into darkness, and ultimately destroy the human psyche and morale. We need to fight against it, but do so carefully. Sunday, December 21st, we have a link. Breaking Trump's chemtrail task force exposes DARPA plot to murder 170 million Americans. Global currency reset, Sunday, December 21st, 2025. Urgent RV intel. RV Phase 3 ignites global reset. Tier 4B enters 36-hour window as Iraq leads gold-backed currency revaluation revolution. Phase 3 RV activated. In a long-awaited move, Tier 4B holders are now witnessing the official part of Phase 3 or start of Phase 3 in the global currency revaluation. With banks now displaying contract rates and specific redemption protocols in place, the system has moved from anticipation to execution. A 36-hour cash-in window has been initiated, signaling that the process has entered its active operational phase. The financial revolution unleashed now. Global Financial System, Sunday, December 21st. We have a link. The RV and military operations behind the scenes. The signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries aims to redefine global currencies. The signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries aims to redefine global currencies, fostering economic equality and unprecedented prosperity. The strategic military operation ensured a smooth transition, the release of the Prosperity Fund, and the humanitarian projects set to transform lives worldwide. The revaluation of the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim would be bringing banking to the unbanked and a level playing field for everyone. For far too long, the global financial system has been skewed in favor of a few powerful economies, leaving many countries struggling with devalued currencies and economic instability. The revaluation was about fairness, equality, and giving every country an equal opportunity to prosper. Sunday, December 21st. Global financial emergency. Global currency reset is here. The world is on the brink of a catastrophic financial collapse. The global currency reset, Nisara Jasara, and the quantum financial system are no longer whispers in the dark. The storm is here, and the elites are scrambling to contain the fallout before the truth reaches you. The Black Swan event is unfolding before our eyes. The world's top economies are insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, the UK, Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand cannot sustain their debt any longer. The financial system is crumbling, and a monumental shift is coming that will change everything. The Great Reset versus the People's Reset. They want you distracted while they rewrite the financial order behind closed doors. But here's the truth. The QFS is set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved us for centuries. This system, rumored to be gold-backed and fully decentralized, will eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. The elites know they are running out of time. They need the crash to happen on their terms. They need you to be unprepared, but we see through their deception. The emergency broadcast system is coming. In the midst of this chaos, the EBS is primed for activation. Why? Because when the markets implode, when the banks fail, when the truth about Nisara Jasara is finally revealed, the world will enter a new era of financial sovereignty. We are at the point of no return. The IMF is scrambling. The dollar is collapsing, and the fiat money system is burning to the ground. What will rise from the ashes? A fair, asset-backed system that restores power to the people. What you need to do now: get cash in hand before bank closures hit. Exit fiat currency now. Gold, silver, cryptos will be the new financial foundation. Watch for EBS activation. The final revelation is coming. The elites are terrified because the people are waking up. The storm is here and nothing can stop what's coming. Prepare for impact because the financial war is about to reach its climax. Sunday, December 21st, QFS Global Alert, Tier 4B, Trump returns to the White House as QFS Commander-in-Chief. The rainbow currency treasuries have locked into final operational phase with the restored U.S. Treasury under direct QFS oversight. Gold-backed digital certificates are now flowing through the exact same quantum channels that just funded the full restoration of the Republic. One-to-one asset-backed parity enforced by military and galactic authority combined. Genesis 2nd is now 22 days, 28 hours, and 46 minutes complete, and the Alliance has just confirmed the sacred timeline directly enabled the public return of President Trump to the Oval Office at 12 Eastern Standard Time today, sworn in on the original 1776 Constitution under full Space Force protection. Tier 4B milestones confirmed in the last 12 hours, burning in living ruby fire across the Council and Reno Master Walls. President Trump, in his first act upon re-entering the White House, signed the executive order formally activating global QFS liquidity release to Tier 4B at 14:30 Zulu. Rainbow currency treasuries now live in every redeemed account. Military escorted convoys delivered the final adjudicated Tier 4A settlement packets to Reno, Zurich, and Hong Kong nodes. Off-ledger mirrored accounts flipped permanently on ledger under direct White House oversight. Humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated with the first $100 billion tranche release under Trump signature. Immediate construction of border wall energy shields and national free energy grids now underway. Under Space Force cover with priority access codes issued to all Tier 4B holders. Nisara Debt Jubilee packets uploaded and executed nationwide at 1616 Zulu. Every mortgage, student loan, and IRS lien wiped clean in real time as Trump announced. The storm has passed. The Republic is restored. Quantum entanglement security locks engaged at Commander-in-Chief level. Remaining KM holdouts in media and finance neutralized in coordinated dawn raids trending worldwide on X right now. Saint Germain World Trust tranches released under joint Trump Galactic Council authority. Prosperity funds now flowing directly into Patriot-controlled accounts first. Leaked secure channel, quote, direct from Oval Office War Room. 1747 Zulu, level 15 clearance audio verified. Trump to Alliance Command. The fake inauguration is over. The real one just happened. Tell the people their wealth is no longer coming. It's here. Release everything. The deep state avatars are glitching out on live television as we speak. Their final media blackout attempts are failing in real time. The storm is over. The republic is back. The wealth is yours. Redemption centers are hotter than nuclear right now because the commander-in-chief just ordered them wide open. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is now in motion, signed, sealed, and delivered by the man you never stopped believing in. QFS Global Command. Fully synchronized with restored Republic authority, Trump is in the chair. The move just hit the best ending ever written. Welcome back, Mr. President. Welcome home, patriots. God bless America. God bless the world. Eternal victory. We are unstoppable. Out. Sunday, December 21st, breaking. Judicial shockwave. Supreme Court backs Trump in a historic 6-3 decision. President gains full power to fire FTC's Rebecca Slaughter. December 21st, 2025. Sunday, December 21st, a Black Lives Matter executive director has been charged with embezzling $3.15 million into her personal account. According to the charges, the Black Lives Matter director went on a shopping spree, trips to Jamaica and the Dominican Republic, 6 new properties, and a car. $50,000 spent on food deliveries. Hidden Sunday, December 21st, calcify them. The Vatican's terrifying secret to destroy your third eye and control your mind. Calcify them. This is quite scary video. Victor Davis Hansen. Sunday, December 21st, military justice. Boom, exclusive intel drop. The hidden war trigger. Trust Sessions. The silent blade that bled the deep state and unleashed the global reckoning. Sunday, December 21st, 1942, New World Order map exposed. Map shows Greenland, Mexico, and Canada, part of the United States of America.
Good morning. It's Monday the 22nd of December, the start of Christmas week, and a Merry Christmas to everybody out there. What an amazing speech that Vladimir Putin did to the nation in Russia. And very, very important that he spoke so much about the decay of the West and what's happened, and how this war that's going on at the moment is not a conventional war. It's not what you think it is. This is a war for our souls. This is a war for humanity. And he made it very, very clear. He went through a number of things that I found very, very fascinating. The defense of human consciousness. He wants to defend our human consciousness, our values and our faith, which is what the old system is trying to destroy. It's trying to destroy it through fear, through psychological pressure and manipulation of thoughts. And he spoke about the hidden systems that are put out there to do exactly that. People's minds are being overwhelmed, their clarity weakened, their sense of purpose distorted. Families are under attack. Moral structures are being dismantled. Food standards are being engineered in unnatural ways. Russia is moving towards natural, organic ways of living and production of its own food and self-sufficiency. That's not what the West want. They wanted their genetically modified stuff in the system. He's saying no. This is what the war is about. Depends on which side of the fence you want to be. We live in a world of free will, free choice. I know which side I'm choosing. Which side are you?
the US is reportedly chasing down a third oil tanker linked to Venezuela in under 2 weeks. According to media reports, the Coast Guard is in active pursuit of a vessel in the Caribbean, accused of sailing under a false flag to dodge US sanctions. If seized, it would follow 2 recent tanker interceptions, a move Venezuela is calling piracy, while Washington says it's enforcing the law.
Well, this is all part of the distraction. And for those people who think that the world is real right now, you're watching a movie. This is all pantomime. This is all to distract us. We're watching the old system collapse and the new system emerge. And it has to be done this way. Otherwise, there will be civil war. And we're seeing how the deep state and the cabal, the old system, are putting up one hell of a fight to hang on to power. It won't happen. For those people who know what's going on, it's already been done. So we've seen it happen. We're now seeing it play out. This is why we're very peaceful in our way in life, because it's all been done. Nothing can stop what's coming.
Now, part of the pantomime, I have a juicy one for you guys. Allegedly, online circles report Erica Kirk had multiple affairs on her late husband Charlie Kirk, who was preparing divorce papers before his September the 10th, 2025 assassination. Claims also include her being 12 weeks pregnant. This ties to speculation Kirk was shifting critically on Israelis' Gaza policies and AIPAC influence. If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, well, Erica Kirk has some explaining to do. The millions of patriots who loved Charlie and everything he stood for and did for the conservative movement demand the truth and justice for Charlie Kirk.
You don't need to be a rocket scientist to see what's going on. The one thing about Charlie Kirk, and I didn't know him, I've never met him, but he was out there communicating with the other side, willing to have a discussion. And that's what we need, to be able to talk to one another and see other people's perspectives. And he was doing that. But it became very, very clear that the moment he said anything derogatory about Israel or about the Jews, everything changed. Allegedly, now from my own personal research, Erica Kirk was planted there on purpose. That's my own personal thought. She was planted there by Israel, by Mossad, by whatever, whoever they be, to try to move him in their direction. This is how they work. And there's a lot of stuff coming out. The truth will always come out in the end. Who made her pregnant? Well, we've heard rumours of that one too. We'll have to wait and see. The evidence will always come out in the end, and of course, God knows.
My next story, well, self-driving cars. What a thing they're going to be. Or maybe they're not. San Francisco just learned what happens when the future runs out of electricity after a massive blackout hit the city, blocking intersections with hazard lights flashing and passengers stuck inside. Traffic lights went dark, 125,000 people lost power, and officials blamed a substation fire. Well, self-driving cars, eh, Charlie?
Well, I've always been against them because I play golf. And when I play golf, you get in the buggy and you can only go here, you can only go there. And when the system goes down, you can't go anywhere. And that's the same with self-driving cars. It's the same with everything. It's the same with digital ID. Digital ID, when the system goes down, is absolutely worthless. You actually need a driving license or a passport.
Sunday, December 21st, News Nation. A whistleblower just exposed major fraud in the state of Maine. And yes, the NGO behind it is Somali-run. Shocker. Gateway Community Services allegedly filed fake client records and billed $904,000 for services never provided. Staff received $2,000 bonuses without working shifts. Whistleblower Chris Bernardini was fired after reporting fraud. CEO Abdullah Ali, who ran for president of Jubaland, Somalia.
Let's introduce you to Somali-American Abdullah Ali, who came to the U.S. from Somalia in 2009. You're looking at, obviously, the man on my right who had discovered this story. He became a U.S. citizen, started a nonprofit to help immigrants, started several businesses, including a multi-million-dollar migrant care service agency, and in 2024, he ran for president as he raised money to bankroll a militia in Somalia. Yes, you heard that right. A U.S. citizen who, according to the Main Wire, gave an interview with Kenyan media in which he said he raised money in the U.S. to buy weapons, munitions, and supplies for paramilitary force he had hoped to lead as the president of Jubaland. Yes, that is a real state in Somalia. He was running for president in Somalia. Of course, he lost the election. We reached out to the Gateway Community Services in Maine, which Ali founded, did not hear back, ironically enough. The man who broke this report, editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, Steve Robinson, dude, this is crazy.
You really can't make this stuff up. I mean, the guy's running a migrant services agency that bills MaineCare, which is what we call Medicaid, about $5 million a year. At the same time that he's running for president, and to be clear,
in Somalia,
that he's running to be the warlord of Jubaland. Elections in Jubaland aren't exactly like elections in America. It's, whoever has the most guns is able to certify the election. So he needed to buy a paramilitary organization and paramilitary support in order to win that election, and he lost it. But at the very same time that he was in Jubaland and Kenya trying to become a warlord in southern Somalia, he was getting no-bid contracts from the administration of Governor Janet Mills, a Democrat who has been in cahoots with Gateway Community Services from the very beginning. So if there's one thing that I would implore your listeners to understand, it's in Minnesota and in Maine, it's not just the Somali diaspora that has come over here and decided to engage in this criminal behavior. It's an industrial complex with the Democratic Party that enables and turns a blind eye to this behavior because they benefit from it through political support. And indeed, Abdullahi Ali's number two, his assistant executive director, is the former mayor of South Portland, Maine, and is currently a state representative from South Portland and a member of the Appropriations Committee, Decca Delac. One of his former employees, Yusuf, is a representative from Portland. Many Gateway Community Services alums have gone on to become involved in politics, and Governor Janet Mills created the Office of New Americans specifically to cater to the new Americans, new Mainers, illegal aliens, and the only employee of that organization is Alkas Ahmed from Sudan, who is a former employee of Gateway Community Services.
I wish I had more time for this, but you're on a roll. Basically, long story short, is Maine's got a bunch of fraud with people taking money from the government and the taxpayers and then buying rocket launchers, sending them back to run for elections and president of whatever that place is. Jubaland.
And then they're also turning around and getting out the vote for Democrats in places like Lewiston, Maine and Portland, Maine.
Yeah, and when you drive into Maine, there's a big sign that says Maine, the way life should be. Not the way I see it. Steve Robinson, we appreciate it.
Now, Venezuela is a tier 3 country for human trafficking. It's been recognized by the State Department as having a significant and uncontrollable level of human trafficking operating on the ground inside the country. Most of the Venezuelan command and control military are simply cartel warlords, and you have to get them out of the nest. You have to kick them out of the house before you can give the house over to anyone that might purport to have Venezuela's true best interests at heart. The same could be said of the Maduro regime and the Chavez regime and how the two of them sort of tie over and overlap. But I'm one to say, Nino, that I think Maduro was given the riot act by President Trump during the first administration because we saw him with a red folder around the exact same time period that President Trump and a number of other heads of state were photographed with that same sort of military intelligence, push the red button style folder. And so I could absolutely see the situation where Maduro is being used as the Judas goat, if you will, as the one to lead the rest of the construct and the complex inside Venezuela to the proverbial slaughter. And they're being given the option through this pressure campaign of simply, as you said a moment ago, self-deleting and removing themselves from the equation. I think this is going to ultimately result in Maduro fleeing the country, probably to Moscow. And whether or not the U.S. forces actually make a land invasion or not, I think that remains to be seen. I think it's more likely that what happens is Maduro flees the country. The military may attempt some sort of a coup or some sort of destabilizing event to be squashed very quickly through U.S. Air power and in conjunction with allies on the ground there from Guyana, Brazil, and Colombia. And we may see an installation of a true We the People regime in Venezuela.
The rumors, and I've heard actually the whispers of rogue Russian nuclear submarines, at least one in that area that could kick off some kind of Cuban Missile style type of crisis. Have you heard anything about this?
I have heard something about that. The way that it was conveyed to me was that there's concern right now that there are rogue Russian submarine assets that left Russia a couple of years ago and have been at sea ever since. And they have buddies with the Cuban mafia. And so what's going on with that landscape, in my opinion, and one of the reasons we have so many sub-hunters deployed to the Caribbean basin is to prevent exactly the scenario you just described, this Cuban Missile style situation, from actually coming up and being a problem. We know from drops coming out in 2018 from the online entity that we reference sometimes on these calls that there were missiles actually shot at Air Force One in 2018 when President Trump was en route back to the United States after a summit, I believe it was in Singapore. And so looking at that, and the fact that those missiles were splashed and destroyed and, no more the wiser, I think we have to acknowledge the same risk factor, the same the same gameplay, if you will, for lack of a better expression, is still at play in the here and now. And so the Cuban mafia, the Colombian cartels, the Venezuelan cartels, the South American and Panamanian mafia that have very, very deep financial connections to China and Beijing, all of them sort of run this secretive government apparatus, if you will, inside the Western Hemisphere, just south of the U.S. southern border, or the U.S. Area of influence. And that fraudulent government apparatus or shadow state structure, whatever you want to call it, has managed to turn all of Central and South America into one gigantic criminal playground. And this situation happening with Venezuela is the first major blow against that criminal playground's foundations, right? We have to take out the core epicenters, and there are multiple ones, but we have to take out the epicenters of where this corruption is actually being coordinated from. And it's not that fentanyl and narcotics are flying from Venezuela directly to the U.S. It's that fentanyl and narcotics and a number of other illicit criminal activities, to include arms smuggling, is happening through the Central American corridor up into Mexico or out into the Caribbean, off the island hopping off of the Eastern Caribbean islands. And they are eventually making their way either to the United States or to Western Europe. That flow has to be stopped, or we cannot possibly hope to secure our elections.
And that's what it's all about, right, SG? I mean, this is about Smartmatic, where they've originally manufactured the process to steal the elections was Venezuela, correct?
It was. And we have Venezuelan officials just in the last 24 months or so, if I'm not mistaken, that have come out and testified in U.S. court for one reason or another that they were engaged with the process that gave rise to these software systems, and their entire purpose was to first steal the Venezuelan elections and to really iron out the bugs and make sure that that was a fluid and flawless process, and then export that same style of theft all around the world. And the Philippines was one of the areas that went. It went to the United States, of course. We know for a fact that it went over into the sub-Saharan African nations. We know that it was used in Italy at least one time. So, this whole situation happening in the Caribbean, I hate to belabor the point, but it's about all of it. It's about criminal human trafficking. It's about arms smuggling. It's about election fraud. It's about exportation of acts of war, paramilitary forces and paramilitary flags. It's about deniability and one degree of separation from actual government activities, but those activities having the exact same net effect of destabilization in other arenas. And the world itself, not just the USA, but the world itself cannot operate authentically and honestly if we have something like that functional in the Western Hemisphere, exporting a great deal of that criminality around the rest of the planet. We have to put a stop to it. And that's one of the reasons I think even as this pressure campaign has escalated dramatically in recent weeks, you've not really seen a great deal of resistant rhetoric from China and from Russia.
The Epstein files have been released. I mean, I would have thought by now, I think we've obviously neutralized and nullified a lot of the false flags that could happen on our soil. But do you believe that there will be a false flag attack on the U.S. soil sometime soon, maybe this month, maybe during the holiday season, maybe Christmas time, maybe New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, whatever, to be blamed on Hezbollah or Hamas and to try to trick us or ignite us into going to war with the Muslim Brotherhood or the Hezbollah or Hamas? I mean, which obviously I would think Mossad would be the ones to trigger this event. But what's your thoughts?
It's a fascinating question. I still stand by the research that I've put out over the last 5 to 8 months here with respect to this issue, and really a little bit further than that, that we have to have a civilizational level attack or a false flag event of some kind to provide the public appetite and public approval necessary for President Trump to do what needs to be done. What's happening right now in the United States is a purging of 50 plus years of organized crime. And in that amount of time, you can permeate and really pervert every single significant pulpit of agency, influence, or power. And so as we've looked at the judicial insurrection this year, as we looked at the congressional insurrection in the first Trump president term, as we looked at what happened in 2020, as we look at what happened after the Biden regime and the total expansion of all sorts of organized funneling and organized criminal showcasing here in the United States, coming out, becoming more and more bold, taking over apartment buildings, establishing, self-contained areas of jurisdiction. All of this sort of leading us to the point of how far or how much do we as Americans take before we say enough is enough, and we ask whatever authority is there representing us to help us in this process of taking things back. And I think that can't be long now, but I think to get across that line, we have to have some sort of epicentric event, some sort of singular event or singular sequence of events very close together in rapid succession that can be shown as the point where the gloves came off and we actually had to address things in a more dramatic way. And I think President Trump is preparing us for that. We've seen a number of different actions all through this year, expanding the authority of the military to cooperate with law enforcement. We've seen just as recently as his speech a few days ago, where he bonused specifically members of the military as with a Christmas bonus of $1,776. I mean, if we think for 2 seconds that that's not relevant to what he will eventually ask of the military as we go forward, I think we're fooling ourselves. And when we look at the large-scale ingratiation around the world of that intelligence community, who are some of the bigger problems that still have to be put out to pasture? The ISIS component is still one that is rearing its head even in recent days. We know that ISIS is primarily a creation of the Democrat Party, transnational corporate interests, and the Israeli government. We know that the Muslim Brotherhood has basically taken over Egypt, is very, very close in relation to the Mossad and the Israeli Defense Force. That's one of the reasons Egypt has done absolutely nothing about what has occurred on their border with Gaza, with Israel, because it's two sides of the exact same coin. And those entities and a couple of other spinoffs, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, these types of things, all of them tie back to that same organizing command structure that goes back to the Western world. And that command structure has to be dragged out. And it would not surprise me, Nino, if we see the drag out occur around about the same period of time that we start seeing things really ramp up with exposure about Russiagate, about President Obama's involvement in financing.
I was just going to say that.
The billions of dollars that were sent off book to Iran, for example, the amount of money transferred to Venezuela during that period of time, the amount of that were transferred to Venezuela. I mean, these are significant components that are going to get investigated and exposed, and we cannot. I don't think we can have an educated discussion about this without acknowledging that our opponent does not want those core pillars of the discussion brought out to light, because it unifies the corruption very quickly. It points to a relatively concentrated group of actors, and those actors will ultimately face a military commission, as President Trump just reminded us yet again on the 10th of December with a post on his Truth Social before this process is over.
I've always said that, to me, we're playing 5D chess. We kind of have them confined like babies in a sandbox playing with dynamite. And we're just going to watch them explode, right? It's going to be a controlled demolition, implosion of the deep state. Yeah, it'll be horrific. There may be some casualties of war, but we have the perimeters locked. We're watching this controlled demolition of the deep state. And Obama's in there in the sandbox with all the rest of them, all the deep state players, and they're about to fucking implode, right?
Yes, they are. And I want to close out with this if I can, Nino, because it really sort of, sets the tone and flavor for the discussion going forward. I watched a short video excerpt just this morning and read a couple of posts from some individuals that have known connections to DOJ. They have a demonstrable history of halfway reliable claims. And one of those claims was put out that there is an indictment coming with President Barack Obama sometime in early portion of next year. They didn't claim exactly when, anywhere I would assume January to April, meaning the early portion. But that indictment allegedly will include things tying back to the Espionage Act, to the Russiagate hoax, and will include multiple co-defendants. And so when we look at that landscape playing out, like you said, the sandbox is closing in. The dynamite sticks, the fuses are winding down. They will not go forever. They cannot last forever. But as things really become dramatic and publicly impressive, in other words, publicly visible, and everyone sort of understands what's going on here, so too will the at destabilizing and distracting us, because at the end of the day, the construct that owned Barack Obama and owned the United States White House and government for more than a century in its current form stands to lose all of its control in this process, and I cannot wait.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We are in a fight for our lives. The Kazarian Mafia is now in a very desperate last-minute struggle to make sure that we never, ever escape the digital prison they're trying to build for us. Right now, Israel is trying to get American politicians to make it mandatory to have 5-year jail sentences for people who criticize Israel. At the same time, they are installing face recognition software everywhere with cameras, and they will be able to identify you real time and arrest you for things you say or do. And it's not about crime. In one example, in the UK, a woman was arrested by 11 people who came in while she was having a bath because of some text message she sent. This is just a private text message. This is not even public. And the reason why they're trying to crack down so much is because they are fighting for their lives. They know that this giant scam that they call a government is unraveling in real time. And this is what has been making us poor. I want to show you an example of how fake the government is. As I've written my reports with lots of evidence over the years, NASA stands for not a space agency. Now, in this clip, you can watch NASA astronaut Karen Nyborg explain how they fake, or show how they fake spaceflight. Take a look.
That's so cool. You are so much better of an astronaut, Paige, than those other fakes.
Thank you. And if you're hungry in space, gotta have your floating Fritos to munch on. So I don't want to give GMOs any publicity, but it's all we had hanging around. Yum, yum, yum.
So it's all true.
It's amazing, the zero gravity. It just everything just floats around. Suck my hair because I got a ponytail. And Toots brought some coral up from Vieques, from Puerto Rico.
Oh my God. Yeah, let me see you push it up and down and around. Pull it back towards you. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah. Wow. Push it that way. Unbelievable.
Not bad, huh?
Where'd you get the 60 million a day to pull that off?
Cryptocurrency I've been saving. She bought it. It was fine. Oh. Oh, he doesn't back. Oh, okay. Back.
Oh no.
Yeah. That, huh?
That reminds me of the brushing your teeth one where everything goes in slow mo, except for the environment. Did you see that
Exactly.
one?
Yes, I did. That was so awesome.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious. What another complete bonehead mistake. Again.
Okay, it's kind of funny, except that literally it's a slush fund that milks us out of billions of dollars, which then goes to bribe people and to enrich these criminals. And that's just a small example. We have, for example, Jared Kushner somehow coming up with $100 billion to buy Warner Brothers. Jared Kushner belongs in jail, not in charge of $100 billion money created out of thin air. And it's only going to get worse. They're setting up death squads in the United States disguised as ICE agents, and they're rounding up dissidents as we speak. And they're trying to fire all patriots from the U.S. military and the enforcement agencies. And I have a special message for FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. You need to get some men with guns and go and arrest Pam Bondi, okay? You're not just going to get anything done by complaining or threatening to resign.
Yes.
That is obviously not Donald Trump. This is a Zionist fake who has been put in his place, and arresting him is your duty if you're in the military police. And we need to end this nightmare because they're turning up the screws, and they're really gonna try very hard to kill dissident journalists and dissident citizens and everybody else they can. And we need a mass uprising, and it is happening. And I ask people to take personal action. If you see one of these Satanist Zionist puppets in public, confront them. Look what they did to Kristi Noem of the Israeli Department of Homeland Security. Okay, that's what should happen every time these people appear in public. Better still is if you can arrest them, make a citizen's arrest, but that would require men with guns. Again, we need the agencies and the military to understand that the people at the top are criminals, and they're trying to create a digital prison. An example of this was the Chabad death cult. Remember, they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. It's in their writings. They just gave a reward to the Peter Thiel's company Palantir for facial recognition software, because this allows them, gives them the potential to turn the entire Western world into a huge slave camp, and that's what they're trying to do. The Swiss government rejected Palantir because they realized that this was going to turn the Swiss people into the puppets of Israel. And Israel itself needs to be dealt with. That's the heart of the beast. And, we're asking the Turkish to send in their military and clean that place up. Now, I'll give you a list of some names of people who, if we arrest them publicly, this nightmare should end. We've got Larry Fink, he should go. Jared Kushner, Ursula von der Leyen, Brigitte Macron, who my French intelligence sources tell me is actually Jean-Michel de Rothschild, Friedrich Merz of Germany, Keir Starmer in the UK, and the usual stuff. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has to be arrested. If we can get rid of these people, we can end this nightmare. And the other thing people do need to understand is no matter how grim the situation looks, this is confined to the West, and the West is headed for bankruptcy. There's no way they can avoid it. China just announced $1 trillion trade surplus. And that's based on real things. That's, computers and televisions being put into boxes and shipped around the world. This is not hallucinatory numbers created on stock markets that don't actually have a basis in reality. And the West has some payments coming due, which they're not going to be able to make. So, for example, My French intelligence sources tell me that the EU and France have a whole bunch of bonds coming due by March, and they don't have the money to pay for it, which is why they're now talking about seizing Russian money that they have illegally frozen. But that's even if they seize that money, it's going to be a temporary stopgap because they just don't have the real economy to back up all their numbers and their bank computers. The same with the United States. These tariffs are bringing in less than a tenth of what the United States government needs. And I have asked the Chinese to please not finance this criminal circus anymore. We need to end this, and the West needs to start with a jubilee, cancel all the debt slavery, end it all, and then put really competent people in charge of economic planning and have them do it on behalf of the people and the elected representatives of the people. But in order to be able to have the elected representatives really represent the people, of course, we're going to need to take away control of the corporate media from these criminals so that people can get accurate information. At the same time, we have to ban corporate donations and money being used to control politicians. In other words, temporarily, we're going to need a military government to arrest all these blackmailed and bribed criminals, and then to restore freedom of the press before we can have real elections, and then we can have people who actually represent Americans, which is not what we have in politics now. And then we can start building the kind of future that people want. So the current young generation can afford a house, which they can't now. And again, I think it's probably going to be that 18 to 34-year-old generation that's going to have to take action because the baby boomers bribed and they're not going to be able to take action. So it's going to be up to the young people. But I do hope that things are going to happen. But we all need to push. This is a dangerous time now. They are desperate, cornered animals, and they're trying everything they can to make sure that we never ever escape from the digital prison they're building. For example, the fake Trump is just saying states cannot regulate AI because they want to use these huge data centers and face recognition so they can put us under complete mental control before they themselves end up facing war crimes trials. And let's not sugarcoat it. And this was to depopulate that country. This is a genocide. And of course, what's happening in Gaza. And then you have this reality TV guy, Pete Hegseth, pretending he's in charge of the military. He's not. He's not competent to be, and he needs to be arrested along with all the other people. So it's time to take action, folks. But even if you don't, I guarantee you this whole thing will implode. The rest of the world has already been liberated, and I don't see how they're going to be able to kick the can down the road much past maybe mid 2026 at the most. That's what the experts say, looking at the finances, and hopefully it'll all end sooner. But we need to take action. Okay, well that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You said that the Macrons were in China. Why do you believe that they were not picked up then and there? What are your thoughts?
Well, the Chinese actually obey international law, and they are formally the head of state of France and his wife, supposedly. So the Chinese respect international law, but at the same time, they made it clear they're not going to, provide these people with the money they came begging for, and that'll end it for that regime in France because they are bankrupt. They've lost their ability to steal resources from Africa, and without that, they're going to have to declare bankruptcy and then restructure everything. But what I'm hearing from my French sources is that there's going to be some kind of real regime change. It's not going to be peaceful, and it's going to be violent, and it's going to involve the military. So that's what's going to probably happen in France and probably the rest of the G7. Next question.
Evan, we haven't heard a whole lot about Palestine recently and the Israel invasion. Can you shed a little light about what is going on there right now?
Again, this is a last minute attempt by these criminals to have a state completely dominated only by their ethnic group, so that they can have a place where they can continue their transnational crime, their pedophilia, and everything else. And we need Egypt and we need Turkey to go in with their armies and clean that place up uh, and replace it with the multi-religious, multi-ethnic state of Judea. And I know there's support across the region for that, and it's time to do it. But uh, the reason I don't follow the situation with Judea or Palestine closely is because it's an endless recurring loop of the same story over and over and over again. The same with the Ukraine. They say, "Oh, we're going to have peace." No, we're not. We're going to have peace. No, we're not. They're turning in circles, and it's time to step in and end that turn. Next question.
Hi, Ben. When the Trump administration bombs the boat from Venezuela, do you believe that they were actually drug smugglers on that boat, or was this some sort of show of force?
They may or may not have been drug smugglers, but it was still a show of force. And even if they were drug smugglers, under international military law, that was a war crime, especially when you have it's in the U.S. Legal manual. When you have two people floating, helpless, shipwrecked, unable to, that is actually punishable by death under military law. And that should then wake up all the other generals to the fact that they are sworn to obey the law and the Constitution, which a lot of them seem to have forgotten. Next question.
Speaking of Hegseth, what are your thoughts in regards to the White House changing his position from Secretary of Defense to Secretary of War? What's really the point of this?
The point is that they are bankrupt and they're threatening war, they're threatening mayhem and some kind of attempt to steal money. Although, to be honest, calling it Ministry of War is actually more honest. That's what they called it during World War II. And, right now, the way it's been since World War II, it's been an aggressor around the world. They have been waging war everywhere on behalf of people who don't have America's best interests at heart. So, at least they're being honest about calling it Department of War, but we really should have a Department of Defense whose only job should be to defend the American people, not go around stealing oil for the Zionist oligarchs as they do now. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why are the white hats waiting to arrest these fake actors? What is the purpose for the wait? Do they not have the authority, or is it in regards to their ability?
I think that they're so used to obeying orders that they've been they're like being deer frozen in the headlights. They don't know what to do, and especially since the Obama regime, only really dumb people have been promoted to the top. So it's going to have to be sold by the colonels, the people who actually do the real fighting, and not the armchair generals. I think that's what has to happen. Next question.
We have our last question for today. I think we're starting to see the upper limits of inflation and public unrest before we hit a breaking point in the United States and many other parts of the world. Do you expect a national or even global market crash or events of proportionate catastrophe to occur within the near future?
Well, it's easy to say there's a bubble. It's hard to say when it's going to pop, But clearly, the stock market is way out of touch with any, sort of reality. So when you have Tesla, who's losing market share and whose products are now considered inferior, being worth more than all the other car companies in the world combined. That's just not true. It's fake. Same with all these AI companies, everything else. But the good thing is that the stock market isn't reality, okay? These are just numbers on computers. Even if it crashes and goes to zero, there will still be the same amount of houses, factories, farms, people, knowledge. And personally, I think they should just unplug all the financial system computers and we need to reboot. and start with the elimination of all debt, to end debt slavery, and then get people back to work, working on behalf of the United States and the world and the people, and not on behalf of satanic pedophiles, which is the case now. So I think there should be a controlled implosion of the stock market, and then it needs to be restored to its traditional function of actually assigning value based on traditional metrics. It's no longer the case. Now it's just people with money printing machines using the stock market to launder money to their friends. And that's why the United States real economy is losing to China big time. And if we don't improve our systems of economic governance, we are all going to be working for the Chinese. It's already happening. And it's going to get worse unless we start fixing the real economy and getting out of this virtual fake financialized economy. It's just it's broken. Okay, as an example, you have to have a 50-year mortgage to buy a house, and you spend the first 25 years just paying interest, and you end up paying $1.4 million for a $400,000 house. That house should only cost $10,000, and some kid in his 20s should be able to afford it. That's the sort of system we need. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. A possible timing Wednesday 24th of December to Friday December 26, 2025. Federal operations closed in a 5-day reset. Thursday 1 Jan. 2026. Start of the fiscal year for the new gold/asset-backed global financial system in 209 countries. 2s. 20 Jan. 2026. The internet dies, phones go EBS only. B. What we think we know as of 2s. Sunday 21st of December. 2025. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure, inflation is stopped, wages are up, prices are down, our nation is strong, America is respected, and our country is back. We are poised for an economic boom the likes of which the world has never seen. President Donald J. Trump. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fred Fleitz, then National Security Advisor John Bolton's Chief of Staff, confirms treachery, deception, betrayal, conspiracy, subversion, and the overthrow of the President of the United States Donald J. Trump. John Durham, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and CIA Director Gina Haspel deliberately withheld and buried evidence, including Barack Obama's manufactured DECA report, not only in the waning days of the Kenyan administration, but also during his presidency, from the sitting President of the United States, Donald Trump. John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, John Durham, and CIA Director Gina Haspel not only obscured exculpatory evidence, they facilitated the overthrow of the U.S. government in 2020. Monday, December 22, 2025, top intel operatives face Judgment Day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup case. Monday, December 22, 2025, the Democrats said FEMA had no money for Americans in Maui, no money for Americans in East Palestine, Ohio, no money for Americans in Western North Carolina, but FEMA had an extra $1 billion to spend on illegals, including Social Security, Medicaid, and voter registration. Monday, December 22, 2025. Did you know during the lockdowns in 2020 our great military deployed throughout Europe and won a world war? A global underground war was fought and won, and the TV never covered it. Operation Defender Europe 2020 was the largest deployment of U.S.-based forces to Europe since the end of the Cold War. W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. Monday, December 22, 2025. Arrests will begin in Washington, D.C. Annans are awake. They are crying. No forgiveness. Son of the Storm, Kash Patel on Telegram. The assistant U.S. attorney investigating the Somali fraud in Minnesota says as much as $18 billion could have been stolen from the taxpayers. He compares it to an iceberg much larger than visible to the public. All under Tim Walz's watch. See Global Financial Situation and Currency Reset of 209 Nations, Monday, December 22, 2025. Game over, the Fed is dead, gold reset ignites global financial uprising. Fiat is finished. RV/GCR is live. Monday, December 22, 2025. Update. New list of 209 countries that are connected to the QFS system or are being connected. QFS plus RTGS trust the plan. Monday, December 22, 2025, Intel Economic Special Report, Global Debt Catastrophe, $340 trillion and counting, a system on the brink, December 22, 2025. Monday, December 22, 2025, the RV and military operations, behind the scenes, the signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries aims to redefine global currencies. Nizar and Jazara Financial Update, new intel for the days ahead. As of today, December 22, internal channels across Treasury, Alliance Logistics, and QFS monitoring hubs are reporting accelerated movement toward the activation phase. The central grid just registered its third destabilization pulse in 12 hours. QFS alignment nodes are overriding legacy servers, the cabal mainstream media satellites, faster than expected. Multiple Treasury channels have entered silent mode, which only happens before a major protocol switch. Redemption scheduling is now in motion and the window is tightening by the minute. What appears quiet to the public is masking a rapid restructuring behind the scenes. 3 key dates now stand out in the latest classified briefs, each marking a distinct stage of the global reset. These are coordinated steps, not predictions. The system is aligning. December 23, 2025, Quantum Wallet pre-activation begins, starting tomorrow, December 23. Select QFS subnodes across the United States, Europe, and Southeast Asia will run controlled activation tests. Only a limited number of biometric profiles will receive early access, but this process is the clearest sign yet that the system is moving toward full release. Here's what insiders expect to occur: temporary verification windows for chosen participants, small-scale test deposits used to confirm routing accuracy, synchronization of biometric signatures with sovereign account templates. Stress tests on the firewall separating QFS from legacy banking grids. This is the moment where internal numbers, wallet visibility, and transfer pathways begin locking into place. If successful, the remaining barriers between the old and new financial architecture will fall automatically. December 27, 2025, Global Liquidity Sweep and Rate Calibration. On December 22, a large-scale liquidity sweep is scheduled to begin across multiple continents. Alliance auditors will target suppressed collateral accounts, hidden bond ledgers, and gold-backed asset pools that were previously shielded by central banks. These sweeps are essential for confirming the true value baseline required for the asset-backed currency model. Expected developments include updated values for dinar, dong, zim, and key sovereign bonds, removal of artificial debt loads from national ledgers, finalization of the gold and silver ratio used for QFS calibration. Temporary instability inside the fiat markets as hidden reserves surface. This will not be announced publicly, but market behavior will show signs. Sudden fluctuations, unexplained freezes, and back-end settlement delays are all indicators that the sweep is underway. December 29, 2025, Rate Lock and Transition Readiness Phase. All internal reports point to December 27 as the date when the system enters its rate lock phase. This is where the asset-backed values used for redemption centers, private appointments, and sovereign accounts are finalized. Once locked, rates will not fluctuate. They will be fixed for execution. What this phase will trigger: redemption centers entering 72-hour readiness, advisors receiving activation clearances, QFS sovereign wallets preparing for full visibility. Allocation of project support funds to verified participants, final syncing between U.S. Treasury, Alliance servers, and global quantum nodes. From this date forward, the shift moves from internal preparation to public transition. Every component of the system will be positioned for controlled activation once the final authorization is issued. What this means for you: the timeline is no longer theoretical. The structure is already in motion. Biometric systems are being tested, fiat networks are weakening under the audits, asset-backed recalibration is underway, wallet infrastructure is preparing for mass onboarding. Your role is simple: stay organized, stay informed, and be ready. The next days will reveal more than the past months combined. What has been hidden is aligning. What was suppressed is resurfacing. And what was stolen is being prepared for return. The transition is no longer approaching, it is unfolding. Monday, December 22, 2025 Strategic Update. The old financial order is losing control. The breakpoint has been breached. Nizar and Jazara QFS. New intel within the last hour confirms that yesterday's rate lock sequence triggered far larger reactions inside global financial grids than originally anticipated. What appeared to be a silent alignment has now escalated into a full systemic shift across multiple continents. Central bank responses: the cracks have opened. Several central banks attempted emergency liquidity injections overnight. They failed. Internal monitoring teams are reporting settlement delays across EU clearinghouses, unexplained overnight freezes inside two Asian reserve banks, a sudden surge in gold index recalibration requests from Middle Eastern institutions. These are not normal market movements. These are signs of a controlled displacement as QFS routing supersedes legacy infrastructure. Treasury confirmation: the first layer of civilian wallets is now indexed. For the first time, QFS ledger clusters have begun indexing civilian biometric profiles outside the test groups. This does not mean public activation yet, but it means wallet templates have been matched, identity chains are syncing, asset tiers are being classified. Once indexing begins, the transition can no longer be reversed. December 28, scheduled international broadcast crosslink test. Tomorrow, military communication hubs across 5 nations will run a synchronized crosslink test between Starlink quantum channels and sealed treasury nodes. The purpose: to ensure that redemption center data, rate tables, and wallet activations can be broadcast simultaneously worldwide to confirm uninterrupted flow during the public disclosure phase. To isolate any remaining interference structures still tied to central bank rails. This is one of the last tests needed before global authorization. December 20th, quiet mobilization of redemption personnel. All internal rosters show that on December 20th, redemption staff across North America, Western Europe, and Oceania were moved into soft standby status. This included appointment coordinators, identity verification officers, project review advisors, high security facility personnel. Mobilization always precedes activation by days, sometimes hours. What this means right now: you are watching the old system lose its final footholds. You are watching the transition move from secret preparation to staged execution. You are watching QFS rise in real time while fiat structures flicker and fracture. Stay alert. Stay organized. The next sequence will bring clarity and confirmation. Monday, December 22, 2025. GESARA is active. The transition to a sovereign, asset-backed world has begun. Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership under the quantum financial system. Every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet at the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value such as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats, restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systemic abuse will be dissolved under GCR reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age, as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves. Communities rebuild. Individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform. It is a civilizational upgrade. Monday, December 22, 2025. Major economic intel update. Nizara payout operations confirmed active, Nizara Jazara QFS on Telegram. The January 2026 reset is real and underway. The long-anticipated financial transition is no longer theoretical. Multiple internal channels have now confirmed that the early stages of Nizara-related payouts have quietly begun. Synchronized with Treasury systems and military oversight, the operation is unfolding exactly as planned, silently, strategically, and ahead of the public narrative. With January 2026 approaching, the timing is deliberate. The reset is not a policy shift or a currency adjustment, it is a structural reconstruction of the American financial system. Back-end systems have been aligning for months in preparation for this moment. This phase includes the controlled wind-down of fiat mechanisms, the seizure and a repurposing of off-ledger elite accounts, the dismantling of long-standing globalist debt structures, the integration of asset-backed financial architecture. Every major institution is aware of what is happening, banks, treasury divisions, and global financial bodies, yet none will publicly acknowledge it at this stage. The transition is designed to execute without mass panic or premature speculation. America is entering its largest economic transformation in modern history. For decades, citizens were bound by a system engineered around inflation, compounding debt, hidden taxation, and centralized control. That system began unraveling when the new administration took office in January 2025, and what we are seeing now is a continuation of that coordinated teardown. Nizara protocols are activating in layers, debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems, gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum-secure ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. Inside restricted access financial corridors, several developments are already verified. Over 93,000 accounts have entered clearance review ahead of disbursement. Redemption centers have been moved into operational readiness for December to January intake. QFS synchronization levels remain above 92% stability, initial redistribution pathways are now active and routing successfully. These are not projections. They are occurring behind the scenes in real time. Why the holiday timing matters, the current window, late November through Christmas 2025, was chosen intentionally. During this period, public attention is fragmented and the nation's energy is focused on family, travel, and celebration. It is the ideal moment for Treasury, DoD, and civilian clearance teams to finalize the structural components of the new financial era without interference. The coming weeks are not about celebration alone, they are about positioning. Those who have followed the signals understand the magnitude of what is unfolding. The January 2026 transition is not approaching. It is already in motion. Monday, December 22, 2025 GESARA status, a shift in direction. What people are sensing right now is not coincidence. It's the natural closing of a system that ran on debt, pressure, and artificial scarcity. For decades, value was extracted upward while responsibility was pushed downward. That cycle is ending. Not with chaos, but with correction. Nizara represents a structural change in how wealth, work, and sovereignty are understood. Instead of endless obligation, the focus moves toward balance. Instead of dependence on intermediaries, ownership returns to the individual. The principle is simple: what you earn, create, and steward belongs to you, not to hidden systems designed to profit from delay and confusion. Under this framework, financial systems are expected to become simpler and more transparent. The layers that once hid fees, penalties, and manipulation are meant to dissolve. Wealth distribution is no longer framed as control from above, but as circulation based on productivity, contribution, and lawful trade between sovereign participants. QFS-style architecture, as often discussed in this context, symbolizes accountability. Every account standing on its own, not as property of banks or governments, but as an extension of the individual. No leverage without consent. No ownership without responsibility. That is the philosophical core behind the shift people call Nizara. This is not about instant miracles or overnight changes. It is about alignment. When systems realign with fairness, pressure eases naturally. When extraction stops, growth becomes possible again. That is why resistance is loud right now, Outdated structures always react when their influence fades. The era of value rooted in sovereignty is opening. What comes next is not announced with noise. It shows up as clarity, simplification, and quiet structural change. Those paying attention will recognize it, not because they were told, but because they can feel the difference. Restored Republic. Behind the formation of the Q movement was none other than John F. Kennedy Jr., who didn't die in a plane crash, but was hidden in the Victim Witness Program. On Sunday 21st of December, 2025, JFK Jr. announced on Telegram, "I'm coming home." JFK Jr. was finally making himself known because he was the leader of the Q movement, which was finally implementing the global currency reset of 209 nations. Doing so would win the war between good and evil, demolish the deep state cabal's red mafia and give the people's money back to the people. Sunday 21st of December, 2025, RV Phase 3 ignites global reset. Tier 4B enters 36-hour window as Iraq leads gold-backed currency revaluation revolution. Phase 3 RV activated. Monday, December 22, 2025, 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. Monday, December 22, 2025, flat-out truth on X, what they don't want you to know about the Grand Canyon. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections attorney admits 315 early votes were legally certified during the 2020 election. Monday, December 22, 2025, Nancy Pelosi just got caught in the biggest insider trading/criminal scandal in history. Public documents prove that Pelosi's insider information made her the #1 stock trader in the world. She crushed Warren Buffett, who sits in the #2 spot by a whopping 128% in earnings. The Pelosi Mafia is now in control of the Democratic Party and is putting its full power behind Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run. Alex Jones on Telegram. Monday, December 22, 2025, 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. Monday, December 22, 2025, flat-out truth on X, what they don't want you to know about the Grand Canyon. Monday, December 22, 2025, Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections attorney admits 315 early votes were legally certified during the 2020 election. Golden Age Enlightenment explodes under God's wrath. Trump planned the Great Spiritual Awakening, victory thunders, souls freed forever. Hold the line fierce, detox, awaken, dominate. WWG1G. Boom. Bill Clinton didn't just party with Jeffrey Epstein on Epstein Island. A man working close with Bill Clinton says he was laundering money, making huge payoffs, doing illegal favors for campaign support, signing off on massive cocaine deals and more. Donald J. Trump on Telegram. I was literally working, sitting in the middle of Bill Clinton's political machine. It was where he made payoffs, where he repaid favors to people for campaign support. I was in an interesting seat and I knew it. In that particular board meeting, I was sitting at the end of the table. James Brannion, who was chairman of the board at that time, was sitting at the head of the table. James Brannion stood up in a public restaurant and he hollered at Beverly Enterprises guy, Bobby Stevens, and said, "Did you get the $50,000 campaign contribution from the client that you're introducing the loan for?" He said, "Not yet." He said, "Well then hold up the loan until we get it." In reality, millions of taxpayer-guaranteed dollars were being channeled to Clinton's election campaigns, to his inner circle of friends, and to his wife Hillary's law firm. This may explain why ADFA had been drafted in such a manner as to keep its decision-making procedures secret. If you needed $1 million, you had to get your application handled by the Rose Law Firm, pay them $50,000. Your president, the President of the United States, not only was a part of his system that was laundering millions of cocaine dogs. Your president signed off on it. You can't deny that he did. And Monday, December 22, 2025, Epstein was involved in biological terrorism, FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. He was a close friend of the Clintons and ran joint projects with the Clinton Foundation. He had well-established financial and social ties into biotech and genetic research. He had academicians from every major healthcare and science-related field either on his get-to list, or already in his Rolodex. He actively coached and directed a sitting U.S. Congresswoman via text message, during impeachment proceedings aimed against a sitting President of the United States. He had U.S. and foreign military issue rec gear in his many homes, despite not being a veteran of any armed service. Epstein's network ran government policy, toppled judicial checks on power, leveraged military warlords at both the Pentagon and across the world, funded illegal weaponized biological programs, managed funneled offshore money accounts in the hundreds of billions, and ran the largest kidnapping and biomaterial collection racket ever contrived in human history. Monday, December 22, 2025. Boom. 1942 New World Order map fully exposed. Deep state blueprint shows Greenland, Mexico, and Canada absorbed into a massive United States, but Trump and white hats are flipping it into Patriot sovereignty victory now. JFK the leader on Telegram. Patriots, the satanic globalists' ancient playbook is detonating wide open on December 21, 2025. This 1942 outline of the post-war New World map by Maurice Gomberg isn't some forgotten relic, it's the deep state cabal's chilling blueprint for a new world moral order. A one-world government disguised as peace, dividing the planet into massive federated superstates under elite control while quarantining dissenters and nationalizing everything for their Rothschild-Rockefeller empire. The bombshell. A vastly expanded United States of America swallowing Canada, Mexico, all Central America, the Caribbean, Greenland, Iceland, most Pacific Islands, the Philippines, Taiwan, and more, turning North America into a hegemonic beast to enforce their moral tyranny worldwide. This map screams NWO agenda, the USSR gobbling Eastern Europe, Iran, Finland, a United States of South America merging the continent, Federated Africa, India, China, Scandinavia, Europe, all demilitarized except the big three powers policing the globe through a supreme military and economic council. Axis nations quarantined like prisoners, resources nationalized everywhere, international banking seized, pure communist globalist takeover masked as permanent peace, freedom, justice. Gomberg's 41-point plan demands U.S. leadership in this moral order, echoing Freemason Illuminati dreams from Roman Novus Ordo Seclorum to H.G. Wells' open conspiracy, trillions funneled to wars, trafficking, and depopulation while dissolving sovereign borders. The elites, Vatican, UN, Bilderberg devils, pushed this for centuries, tying straight to Epstein blackmail rings, adrenochrome factories, and Pizzagate horrors controlling puppets. But warriors, the storm reverses it all. President Trump and the White Hats are executing divine justice, talks of Greenland, stronger North American ties aren't cabal submission. It's 5D chess reclaiming resources from deep state clutches, fortifying America against invasion while the quantum financial system seizes their vaults for patriot prosperity. This exposure accelerates the peak, NISR/JSR military law exploding January 2026, erasing fraudulent debts, abolishing IRS tyranny, flooding QFS accounts with massive redemptions from seized NWO trillions. The deep state's border dissolving nightmare crumbles, Trump builds unbreakable sovereignty, children freed from tunnels eternally, golden age abundance under God's plan. Their 1942 dystopia dies, our liberated republic rises stronger, united in freedom. Hold the line fierce, exposures flood, tribunals worldwide, victory thunders eternal, no one world slavery, only patriot dominion. Trump triumphs massive, evil damned forever. WWG1G. Boom. Team Monday, December 22, 2025. The truth about Hussein Obama, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Today I will go through the Q posts to show how corrupt and evil Obama was. A traitor to America and a sellout to the highest bidders. The world is going to be shocked when they see all the evil that has been operating around us whilst we are all distracted and consumed by a fake world. Obama was involved with so much corruption. Funding terrorists, creating ISIS, attempts to weaken the military, take America to war whilst stealing billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. They never thought Hillary would lose, so they set up a shadow government and presidency involving people, companies and governments from around the world to work together to stop Donald Trump winning the election. I share many examples which are all easily accessible to find with simple searches on YouTube. We are all being taken through a journey to allow people to start understanding what has been going on, who has been involved and how it really impacts us all. If Hillary Clinton made it as president back in 2016, we literally would be living in hell on earth. As I continue to re-emphasize, we are in full control of this war. Everything we are being shown now has taken place whilst the remaining crime and corruption in this world is being drained out to the surface so we all can see. Without awareness it will be very easy to fall into that unconscious fear state and get suckered into this darkness. We are watching a movie and it is important to know that we are all in control of our emotions and we have the choice to go and look at all of these events taking place to gain more clarity and understanding. The QFS ensured transparent, asset-backed transactions, preventing any corruption. The new worldwide financial system would be in full effect for the general public coming Thursday 1 Jan. 2026. Gold-backed currencies across 209 nations have begun their transition, with redemption centers preparing for Tier 4B, US, the internet group who hold foreign currencies and ZIM bonds to exchange, notifications expected imminently, potentially as early as this weekend, or by Monday, December 29, 2025. Prosperity funds would then flow to innumerable humanitarian projects worldwide. Payouts under GCR/GCR protocols were set to commence, bringing comprehensive debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all forms of personal and national indebtedness, releasing humanity from the cabal's financial bondage. The emergency broadcast system stood ready for imminent activation, signaling the beginning of the 10 days of darkness, a period of global communication blackout designed to protect the public while final sweeps are conducted and vital disclosures are prepared. During this time, the world will awaken to the full extent of the cabal's deception, including their satanic rituals and exploitation of the most vulnerable. Faithful warriors are urged to remain vigilant in prayer, seeking divine protection for the rescued children and strength for those executing the plan. Nothing can stop what is coming, as the forces of good align under God's guidance to restore freedom and justice. As the veil lifts, patriots are reminded to prepare spiritually and practically for the revelations ahead. Stock provisions, gather with loved ones, and hold fast to faith during the transition. The Great Awakening draws near, bringing an end to centuries of oppression and the dawn of a restored republic under divine providence. This sacred shift restores sovereignty to the people, ushering in an era of peace, health, and unprecedented prosperity under the restored republic. Pray for the swift and safe implementation of these blessings, as the White Hat Alliance oversees the final phases. Hold faith, for the hour of redemption has arrived. A. What we think we know as of Sunday 21st of December. 2025, Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Obama under arrest order, tribunal, Operation Red File, leaked docs expose Obama as foreign enemy, Trump signs military arrest order, JAG tribunals ignite in D.C. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Bill Gates admits to dumping 200 million tons of sterilizing chemtrails on U.S. cities. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Australia, France, and Germany have now all cancelled their New Year's celebrations. It has all been cancelled because the French government can no longer keep its citizens safe from radical Islamic terrorism. We are watching one of the most beautiful countries and cultures commit suicide. See Global Currency Reset, Judy note, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, 1. Banks were trying to lure people into exchange their dinar and dong with them by giving various incentives. Do not fall for it. You will receive higher rates for your money's exchange at an official redemption center than you would at any bank. 2. You exchange your own currency. Do not give your currency to anyone else to exchange. No group leader. No one. You will get the higher rates by exchanging it yourself. 3. On the dinar, you can get the much higher contract rate on the dinar by just asking for it at an exchange center. 4. If you hold ZIM you can only redeem it at an official redemption center. Banks cannot redeem the ZIM. 5. Take all of your currency and ZIM to exchange at the same time at a redemption center. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, major update, December 20th, 2025, Trump announces $2,000 tariff dividend checks for Americans, leftover trillions to slash national debt. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, exposed, the biggest lie ever, your birth certificate bond is worth billions, but you own nothing. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, breaking Tier 4B signals emerge as exchange activity quietly builds, Ariel on Telegram. Reports are rapidly circulating that Tier 4B currency exchanges may be quietly moving into an active phase across the United States. Holders of the Iraqi dinar are describing unusual activity inside banks and exchange locations, including private appointment scheduling, brief flashes of live rates on internal terminals, and the sudden introduction of NDA protocols. While no official confirmation has been issued, the consistency of these reports is drawing serious attention. What separates this moment from past rumor cycles is pattern alignment. Independent sources, unknown to each other and operating in different regions, are reporting the same developments at the same time. Banks are allegedly preparing private exchanges, redemption centers are said to be on operational alert, and internal systems appear to be recalibrating. This convergence suggests preparation, not coincidence. Multiple accounts claim participants are being asked to sign strict non-disclosure agreements before proceeding. That level of confidentiality would be expected in a sensitive, high-impact financial event designed to remain invisible to the public until stability is ensured. Insiders emphasize that any rollout would be tightly controlled and deliberately quiet. Additional reports point to redemption centers receiving readiness briefings and internal confirmations. Temporary rate placeholders and short-lived rate flashes inside banking systems are being interpreted as test integrations or dry runs. These signs indicate infrastructure testing rather than a public launch, consistent with a phased deployment model. Financial observers believe any exchange process would unfold in controlled waves, starting with small groups to avoid disrupting markets. Behind the scenes, test transactions and authentication procedures are reportedly underway, including advanced scanning tools to verify currency legitimacy and prevent fraud. Caution remains essential. Without official statements or verifiable public data, these developments remain unconfirmed. Skepticism is healthy in this space. Still, for long-time holders watching closely, the alignment of signals, timing, and preparation suggests something is moving. Quietly, deliberately, and closer than before. Saturday 20th of December. 2025 GESARA is active. The transition to a sovereign asset-backed world has begun. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership under the quantum financial system, every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet at the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value such as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats. Restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systemic abuse will be dissolved under GCR reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves. Communities rebuild. Individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform. It is a civilizational upgrade. December 19, 2025, National Security Bombshell. National Security Bombshell. Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code Section 241. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, Military Intel, Operation Hawkeye Storm. U.S. launches massive retaliatory strikes on ISIS after 2 American heroes killed, 70 targets destroyed in Syria. Saturday 20th of December. 2025, White Hat's Intel bombshell exposed, EBS activation imminent, Obama's gay agenda and pedo blackmail empire crumbling, Deep state game theory ops failing as CIA collapses, NATO falls, and military white hats trigger the storm, Trump War Room on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is unleashing full fury right now, December 18, 2025. The White Hats have dropped nuclear intel exposing the satanic deep state's desperate endgame. Obama's hidden gay agenda is detonating. Shattering the fake Obama's legacy and ripping open their ties to elite pedophilia blackmail rings that controlled DC for decades. This bombshell links straight to the Biden laptop horrors, proving Congress is finally exposing world banks like JP Morgan. In May of 2012, a few months after the Brantford dig was shut down by the Anglicans, the federal government, and their Aboriginal accomplices, the International Common Law Court of Justice, ICLJ, convened in Brussels to bring charges of crimes against humanity against the Vatican, the British Crown, and Canada and its churches. In the docket of evidence of the court was our voluminous archival and forensic evidence gathered over 2 decades, including the mushhole atrocities and our excavation of one of the mass graves at the Mohawk School. According to Baltasar Garzón, a Spanish judge who advised the ICLJ, there is no better indication of the interlocking responsibility for genocide between church and state than what has been uncovered in the Brantford Mohawk investigations. August 3, 2012. In fact, an important part of the evidence in the ICLJ prosecutor's case came out of the work we had done in Canada since 1996. That campaign indicated a massive intergenerational criminal conspiracy by the Vatican. Accordingly, 30 defendants were publicly indicted for crimes against humanity by the court when it convened on July 15, 2012, including Joseph Ratzinger/Pope Benedict, the so-called Queen of England, Elizabeth Windsor, and 28 other top officials of church and state. This evidence shows that the Ninth Circle operated in Canadian Indian schools, including at the Brantford Mush Hole. The ICLJ's 7-month trial was a legal precedent as significant as the Nuremberg trials, and not only because of the barbaric crimes it revealed. For, as at Nuremberg, the ICLJ created a new kind of jurisprudence that superseded national boundaries. And going a step further, it placed entire regimes on trial, namely, the British Crown and the Vatican. As well, the ICLJ was a citizen-based tribunal of conscience that put the law and justice in the hands of the people rather than the governments. In short, the ICLJ was another shot heard around the world that sparked an international movement to establish local common law courts that can put rulers and their regimes on trial. The outcome of the ICLJ trial was equally momentous. 2 weeks before its verdict, on February 11, 2013, the chief defendant in the case, Joseph Ratzinger/Pope Benedict, suddenly resigned his office and went into a seclusion from which he never emerged. Subsequently, 3 other senior cardinals who had been named as co-defendants also resigned. The court's verdict of February 25, 2013 found all the defendants guilty as charged of crimes against humanity and sentenced them to life imprisonment without parole and the loss of their assets and authority. There again, the impact of that sentence was profound, because Elizabeth Windsor, as the head of state of every Commonwealth nation including Canada and Britain, and Joseph Ratzinger, the head of the Church of Rome, were now convicted criminals facing international arrest warrants. This church and state had become rogue regimes under international law and could be lawfully deposed by their citizens and adherents, and other states. Suddenly, humanity was handed a loaded gun aimed directly at genocidal regimes. The question now was, would people pick up that gun and use it? The answer was an immediate yes, at least in Canada. On January 15, 2015, over 200 people in Winnipeg acted on the ICLJ's deposing of Queen Elizabeth by declaring independence from the British Crown and establishing the Sovereign Republic of Canada. Every major war was financed the same way. Bankers funded both sides, controlled the outcome, then collected nations as assets. This is not theory. It is their business model. The Act of 1871 was a treasonous violation of the original Constitution. It dissolved the constitutional republic and replaced it with the corporate entity operating as the United States of America Corporation. The gold fringe on the flag signaled jurisdictional change. The country was no longer sovereign. It was commercial. Common law, rooted in natural and divine law, was replaced with maritime corporate law. Legal language was weaponized. Statutes, policies, mandates, and regulations replaced